City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit Willam clan of the Boonwurrung Nation. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship with this land. So I remind the gallery that Council's meeting local law requires that members of the gallery must not interject or take part in Council debate, and that any person who is called to order may be requested to leave the chamber. Notwithstanding that, everyone has the opportunity to have a chat to the Council. There's two opportunities, one in question time and one for each agenda item, and I will invite members of the gallery to speak for up to 3 minutes to a report. If you wish to ask a question or speak to a report, please complete the blue form that is available at the table just outside the chamber and hand it to a staff member. If you have registered to speak online, you must let a staff member know that you've arrived. I encourage you to limit your questions and comments to a few minutes. Please note that Please note that all council members are now allowed live stream to allow the community to watch and listen to meetings in real time. In accordance with council's local law, this meeting cannot be filmed or audio taped unless permission has been granted by the Mayor, and Councillor Simic has asked and I have given permission for one of the school students who are here today to take a photo. And it's great that you want to take a photo of your local council. So, apologies. Councillors, do we have any apologies?
Councillor Brand's an apology tonight.
And that you're moving that, Councillor?
Happy to move that, Councillor Gross.
And seconded by Councillor Simic. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Minutes of the previous meetings. Councillors, the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on 21 August 2019. Moved Councillor Pearl. Seconded Councillor Voss. Speakers against? All those in favour? Once again unanimous. Declaration of conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in a matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? Now, we have some presentation of awards. We've got all you people captured here for reasons other than looking at us get awards, but sorry, we're going to do them. The presentation of 2 awards has, following the process of meetings procedure local law, been added to tonight's agenda. I ask the CEO to advise.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, Council has received an award from the Municipal Engineering Foundation of Victoria in appreciation of assistance provided to Lachlan Johnston, one of our officers, to undertake an overseas study tour scholarship. I'd ask Ms Lisa Davis, Acting General Manager, Infrastructure and Amenity, to say a few words and present the award to the Mayor, or talk to the award for the Mayor. Thank you, Ms Davis.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Lachlan isn't here because he's actually started his study tour. He's known to be in Vancouver. Lachlan and 2 others from local government, 2 other very good engineers, have won from the Municipal Engineering Foundation these awards to go on the annual study tour. They study assets and other engineering problems and issues, and their tour is taking them across the continent, starting in Vancouver and finishing in New York. Lachlan and his counterparts left on Sunday, and they'll be away for 4 weeks. The award tonight is in appreciation of to the City of Port Phillip for the support that we've provided to Lachlan in order to undertake this fully paid for scholarship to the States and Canada. I'll present that now.
Through you, Mr Mayor, our second award for you to receive tonight is the SES Audit Award, and we welcome to the meeting Victorian SES officers who are in attendance this evening. to present the certificate of the Municipal Emergency Management Plan Audit Pass for the City of Port Phillip, and I'd invite Victorian SES Central Regional Operations Officer David Goldfinch to address the Council. Just turn the mic on there, Mr Goldfinch. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is David Goldfinch. I'm an Operations Officer with Victorian State Emergency Service, Central Region, based out of Mulgrave, and the City of Port Phillip sits within my portfolio. The City of Port Phillip Municipal Emergency Planning Committee took part in the Municipal Emergency Management Plan Audit in June 2019. The audit is required of the Emergency Management Act 1986 and was conducted by Vic SES in consultation with Victoria Police and the Department of Human and Health Services. It was a fantastic opportunity for the committee to show, and council, to show the preparedness to the municipality's emergency management plan. The MEMP plan has been extensively updated since the previous audit, with current planning changes included, and this was evident through the council staff who were present for the audit, confirming that they were familiar with the content of the plan and had been involved in its formation and reviews. Council staff and Municipal Emergency Management Planning Committee members were not only able to clearly explain the processes documented in the plan, but were also able to elaborate on responses to emergencies that have occurred within the municipality, which itself demonstrates a high level of pre-planning and capacity under the response and recovery arrangements, and are a credit to the council staff who undertook these roles. As a result of the audit, the committee's plan has been assessed as complying with the guidelines, and so congratulations to both the committee and the council on this positive result. Thank you to the Council Emergency Management team. Their effort is reflected in the high standard of the plan, supporting systems and feedback received from the audit panel members. Thank you also to the Mayor, councillors and Council Executive Leadership team for their time to review and endorse the plan back in May. The auditors noted that it is pleasing that the City of Port Phillip has accepted the challenge to continue to enhance your emergency management plan. Thank you also to the Municipal Emergency Resource Coordinator, Senior Sergeant Eric Strict of the Victoria Police, who is here tonight, for your efforts in this audit process. So on behalf of Victorian State Emergency Service, I now wish to provide the Certificate of Audit to the Mayor, Dick Gross.
Yeah. Thanks very much, and I really appreciate that. It's very important to us. Thanks for coming. Okay. Before we get on with petitions and joint letters, we've got how many?
Over 30.
We've got over 30 speakers tonight. 30 speakers times 3 minutes is 1.5 hours.
The city's finances are in good hands.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask people to limit their contribution to 2 minutes. And if I could ask people to try to avoid repeating something that they've already heard, even if they really, really agree with it. Public question time. Agris Chilinskis.
Sorry, you've got petitions and joint letters first.
Oh, sorry, petitions and joint letters first. Councillors, we've got 1 petition and 2 joint letters on tonight's agenda. Councillors, we've received 7 requests on the first and 5 on the second one. And I now call on Jeffrey Love to... oh, sorry, the drinking... you've got to go there first. Oh, sorry, that's in relation to 4.2. 4.1, petition requesting a drinking fountain at Smith's Reserve, Port Melbourne. Councillors, we have no one speaking on that one. Can I have a move, Councillor Pearl, and seconded Councillor Voss? Are there any speakers to this matter? No speakers? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. 4.2, joint letter supporting the school strike for climate change. Jeffrey Love. Jeff, if I could ask you to read your name into the record and your suburb, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Jeffrey Love, St Kilda. And thank you, Mayor and our councillors and officers for this opportunity to address you. I feel I'm gazumping this petition in that I'm only speaking in support and not one of the initiators of it. Is this the climate strike or the... Oh, okay. I merely wish to say, and this will come in well under 2 minutes, I admire the initiative shown by our young citizens in organising the School Kids Climate Strike, and I urge Council to support their actions, not quail for fear of offending some in the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Love. Nina Jenny. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, councillors and mayor. Do I state my suburb? Is that relevant?
Yeah, just your name and...
Nina Jenny, Albert Park. My name's Nina Jenny, and I'm a member of the City of Port Phillip's Youth Advisory Committee. I've been on the committee since its commencement in 2017, and our role and philosophy has remained the same since our inception, and that is representing the young people of Port Phillip, elevating those voices, encouraging young people to take part in the democratic process, and acting on issues that we see as relevant or needing change. We've met with a few councillors in the past, and we're aiming to keep the communication between the Youth Advisory Committee and the members of council frequent and consistent. We want to make sure that we're expressing any issues or concerns from young people to the council in order to fulfil our role as a representative body. So the reason we're here speaking tonight is because we have recognised the issue of climate change and its grave consequences for young people and for our futures as a matter needing immediate attention and action. So the motion for council to support the school strike for climate is extremely telling in whether young people's voices are truly valued within the council. It's clear that climate change is not just an issue for those of us on the Youth Advisory Committee. If that was the case, then we wouldn't be here. We're here because the youth of Port Phillip have expressed this as a pressing point of concern. Looking back on the last climate strike, the representation of Port Phillip schools was really notable. Albert Park College, Elwood College, St Michael's, and the local primary schools were all in attendance in large numbers. It's extremely evident that young people in this area fear for the quality of their future. Speaking to the cohort of my high school and people my age in the area, climate change is undoubtedly the most ever-present and distressing issue facing young people. And I'm sure the variety of our next speakers will highlight that. These amazing young people will be speaking further about the climate strike and why it's a paramount issue.
Thanks very much. Alison Gracie Langton. We've only got one seat. That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
You can stand up. I'll go first.
you want to sit down, Grace? Good evening, everyone. Sorry, not good afternoon. On September 20th at the Global
Oh,
Climate
sorry, could I get you just to read your name into the record?
Yeah, sure. Alice Langton, and I'm from Middle Park. Gracie?
Gracie Langton, and I'm from Middle Park.
Yep,
Gracie Langton, and I'm from Middle Park.
cool.
Can I start now? Okay. So on September the 20th at the Global Climate Strike, we have 3 demands from the government. And so they are firstly a transition to 100% renewables by 2030, no new coal, oil or gas projects, and a just transition for all workers involved within the mining sector. So the movement now has the support of some of the most powerful unions on board because they, just like us, want to see action on climate change that is fair for all involved. The School Strike for Climate movement is now bigger than just school students. The movement is engaging mums, dads, workers, teachers and more. A cross-section of the community is clearly demanding a climate policy that could prevent and minimise the most catastrophic events of the climate emergency. On September the 20th, we want to see thousands of concerned students, parents and workers striking for climate action. We are calling on local, state and federal governments to support our 3 demands that will create a future that is fair for all. We must ensure that the transition to 100% renewables is fair for all involved so we can see the creation of thousands of new jobs in the development of clean energy sources that are eco-efficient. And we now have the support of the big 4 banks and Atlassian supporting all this.
I want action on climate change for a healthy and safe climate future.
Yay! Good on you, Gracie. Megan Mendoik?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Megan Doyle, St Kilda. So climate change is already having and will continue to have significant effects right here in the city of Port Phillip. It's a serious global issue that affects the world as a whole, and because of this, it impacts our everyday lives and quality of life right here in the Port Phillip area. Melbourne is one of the most livable cities in the world, and we all live in a wonderful community here, yet the impacts of climate change are threatening that. The most treasured parts of this area, such as our wonderful beaches, are being destroyed by rising sea levels, plastic waste, and increasingly severe weather. The coast, something that is a defining feature of Port Phillip, is gradually becoming a potential hazard. Young people in Port Phillip enjoy and deserve to continue to enjoy the beautiful natural environment. Climate change directly removes the ability of future generations to enjoy the amenities like the foreshore that we and you have all had the privilege of enjoying. Our amenities are nowhere near the only thing at risk, but on a local level, climate change is having and will continue to have these devastating effects on them. I've lived here for almost all of my life, and I, as well as all the other young people in the area, are becoming less assured of our future in this area. And we need a way to take action within our community, and the school strike gives us a way to do that, and your support would really help us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Megan. Eloisa Moses McMahon.
Eloisa Moses McMahon, St Kilda. Greta Thunberg, 16-year-old climate activist, recently stated that we, as humans, have to act as if the house is on fire in relation to climate change and our world. Councillors, the house, our environment, is on fire. Recently, we have seen that the Amazon rainforest is burning. Glaciers are melting. Our coral reefs are dying. But our politicians are not doing enough globally. As a 16-year-old, the same age as Greta, I recognise that the effects of climate change are going to worsen as I grow up and have children of my own. This is why I am joining thousands of students worldwide on September 20th to strike. This time, we are going to be bigger than ever, in over 500 cities worldwide and multiple nations, because we recognise that we are in a climate emergency. We recognise that this climate emergency is not only a climate issue, but a justice issue. That there are thousands of First Nations people, homeless people, Pacific Islanders, and many others that are suffering worse than we are because of this lack of action. For these people, and for our world and futures, we are striking globally on September 20. This is why I believe you should support us and this motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Louisa. Edward Cratch. Hi.
Edward Crutch, South Melbourne. Tonight, councillors, you have heard from an incredible range of young people who are truly, truly passionate about climate change and its effects both locally and globally. The amount of mobilisation and commitment that young people have displayed through the organisation of the School Strike for Climate is truly incredible. Tonight, two of the speakers that you've heard from, Alice and Eloisa, have come here after speaking to federal MPs and senators requesting for them to support the school strike, and now they come to you to ask you to support for the school strike. No other issue like this one could garner this amount of support among young people. Around the world, young people are telling their elders and older people that all they want is action on climate change. Young people are standing up for their future. Tonight, the officers have made a recommendation to the council that I feel is not quite supportive of the incredible young people within this area and fails to acknowledge the significance of the School Strike for Climate in engaging young people in issues and civic engagement in general. Young people are telling you that they want action on climate change. To conclude, I'd like to ask you, councillors, if you could look future generations and your own children in the eyes after not supporting something like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Edward. And a student called Leslie Rosenblatt. There he is.
Leslie Rosenblatt, Elwood. I won't take 2 minutes. I just want to say that the officer recommendation regarding this request to declare a climate change emergency seems to me to be very, I've just lost it, seems to me to be very, there it is, seems to me to be very weak indeed. It suggests that the petition be accepted and receive and note the petition, etc., etc. I think, look, I seriously think that with the fires going on in Brazil at the moment and the various other matters referred to by the young people present today, which do not by any quantum carry the full magnitude of the crisis that we're facing. And I do think it's incumbent on the council, if it has any foresight into the next 10, 20 years, to recognise, as many already do, including Sir David Attenborough and various other dignitaries of that ilk, that we are facing a climate catastrophe if we do not act very, very effectively and quickly. Now, one of the steps towards that is to indicate how seriously this issue is understood to be by local government in this country. We are not in Brazil, we are not in Hungary, we are not in Poland. We do not need to kowtow to a very conservative, repressive government. A council like this, with the history of bravery and courage that the council has shown in the past, can surely put its hand up to say, we recognise this is a real emergency. Thank you.
Thanks, Les. Okay, councillors, there are no other speakers. Do we have any motions? First dibs goes to Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't be moving the officer's recommendation. I have an alternate recommendation that I'm happy to read out.
Thanks. I'll just see if we can get it up on the screen. And we can.
So I'll just read it and then I'll speak to it. The motion is that Council receives and notes the petition, notes and acknowledges the positive civic engagement and exemplary leadership of young people within Port Phillip participating in the September 20 global climate strikes, states support for the aims of the strikes being to demonstrate the urgency of moving to 100% renewable energy in the face of a climate emergency, states support for all who are able to attend the strikes as leaders in our community, and notes that the Council unfortunately does not have the power to authorise staff participation in the global climate strikes.
The word seconded, Councillor Crawford. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, please. First I want to thank all of the speakers that came down to talk about this. I could say a whole bunch of platitudes about how young people are our future and isn't it great that they're standing up to take action, when I wasn't doing that sort of stuff at that age. But this isn't so much just, isn't it great that young people are getting involved in politics? This is actually about a fight for their own future, for their own survival. It is great, it is wonderful, but it has to happen. People need to be out there and striking, and not just young people. We actually don't have enough time for these young people to grow up and get middle-aged and get on the council and make these decisions themselves. So we have to be making these decisions now, and supporting this climate strike is one of the ways that we can show that we recognise that there is a serious issue here, that we're not just on the road to a worsening climate and a poor outcome from our planet. We're already experiencing it, and it's only getting worse. So this motion states the support for the aims of the strikes. It does note that due to the restrictions in the Local Government Act, we're not able to actually sort of direct or authorise staff participation in the strikes. However, if staff want to take leave to go ahead and do that, they can absolutely do that. And it states support for anybody in the community who wants to attend the strikes, and basically says you are leaders in our community and that we absolutely salute you. So I'll be down there, and I hope that as many people as possible are down there, and I really hope that this alternative recommendation has majority support tonight.
Thanks very much, Councillor Baxter. Before we go ahead, I've got two matters. First of all, can we just change the word, is it okay for the mover and seconder to change the word petition to joint letter? Yeah. And I'd just like to acknowledge Mr Josh Burns, our federal parliamentary representative. Great to see you here. Yeah, it's fantastic. And Millie, from a Liberal. Councillor Crawford.
So I'm very happy to support this alternative motion. Climate change is the reason I got into politics, and I will be marching at the climate strike. I'm a member of the Labor Environment Action Network, who is the environmental group that works within Labor, and we are encouraging our Labor comrades to march with us. But I do want to mention something, because as I sit here and it is an emergency and it's all the things we need to address, I'm really aware of what just happened at the federal election. And we're inner city people asking for massive change, but we're not the ones that have to make the major change first. And I'm really happy to see that a just and fair transition is part of what the climate strike's about. Because it's easy to sit here, and we actually all have to radically change what we do, whether it's transport, what we eat, how we live, how we do agriculture, but we only get stuck on energy at the moment, and it's only a small part of our emissions. But they really got demonised at the last election, those rural communities or the regional communities that have relied on fossil fuel for their existence. And they're the ones that are at the front line having to face the biggest change first. And change is damn scary. We all hate little change in our lives, and we're asking them to change radically without offering them a clear alternative to how to feed their families. So I ask, as we march at this climate strike on the 20th, we're really aware of the challenges ahead for the communities we're asking to change the most, and be really supportive and demand from our governments at all levels that they provide them with clear economic opportunities that climate change can provide, so that the change is not as challenging for them. Because at the last federal election we made it about them and us, and we demonised them for not wanting to support climate change outright when we didn't give them a clear way for their own future, which is under threat right now. So I just ask you to consider that when you're marching. We need to do this, but we need to bring everyone with us, and it starts in their communities, and then the change comes with us. So that's my 2 cents worth, but I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible at this march.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Mayor Gross. Firstly, thank you to sincere thank you for the service of those of you that are serving on the Youth Advisory Committee, and those of you that have been on there for several years. We're very grateful for your service to this mighty city, and the city is better for it. I was happy to support the officer's recommendation, and I don't think we should go against the officer's recommendation. Therefore, I'll be voting against Councillor Baxter's amendment to the officer's recommendation. I don't think this council should be supporting school children from not attending school. It's as simple as that. I wish you all the very best if you make the choice with your parents and your school to support this event, but I don't think council should be condoning school children not being in school. Simple as that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Simic, and then Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who's come tonight to speak on this issue, particularly our young people. The school strike's about young people striking from school to tell our politicians to take our future seriously and treat climate change for what it is, a serious crisis. As I look out in the chamber and see my 18-month-old son in the back corner here, desperately trying to participate in the meeting through his talking, I'm thinking about his future and the future that our young people are inheriting. We've had decades of inaction from our leaders, commercial interests being put ahead of our joint interests. At a federal level, we have a political party running the show that refuses to address the problems, with too many of the MPs still refusing to acknowledge the science of human-caused climate change. Taking big donations from coal, gas and other vested interests. This attitude to climate change is not reflective of our broader society and is not in line with public sentiment. This is it. The time to act is now. And we need to listen to our school students. This is their planet now. And I fully support their demands and will be marching with them on September 20th. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Simic. Councillor Bond.
I think the best thing the school children can do to secure their futures is to stay in school. We certainly shouldn't be encouraging them to take a day off. To address a point raised by Councillor Simic, the largest single donation in this country's corporate history was from whatif.com to the Greens. So every time you bring up these corporate donations, the largest ever is from the Greens, and when you return that back to whatif.com, we'll believe you're serious about reforming political donations.
I think we verged a bit away from the topic, but anyway, there you go. Sorry to the rest of the councillors for not jumping in. Okay, no further speak. Councillor Copsey.
I think it's very relevant, actually, to the topic that's been brought to us tonight. And what we've seen clearly demonstrated in the chamber is that young people in our community want us to be making decisions as leaders in the interests of the future and in a safe and just climate future for all of us. And I actually, I agree. This is the main reason that I have gotten active in politics. It's the main reason I sought election as well, is to see action on climate change. As long as we've been pushing, it just seems that we're coming up against the same vested interests. I absolutely applaud the leadership shown by young people coming here tonight to speak directly to your representatives. We do need leaders that are going to make decisions in your best interests, and I have no doubt that this is where the change is going to come from young people who are standing up, taking action and demanding the urgent change that we need in order to see a 100% transition to renewables by 2030. I wholeheartedly endorse that aim. I also endorse the aims around a just transition, and I endorse the need to see the action taken urgently. I think it's fantastic to see the initiative that's shown tonight. You're all young leaders in the making, and I will definitely be marching with you on the 20th. I am very excited if we get to take a joint position as a council to support you formally, but no matter the decision tonight, I will certainly be marching with you. We all deserve a safe future, and you young people especially. I'll also be doing everything I can between now and the 20th to promote the strike personally. I'll see you out there on the streets.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I might be using this quote twice tonight, but last night I got the opportunity to speak to Dr. Michael Carr-Gregg, the preeminent child psychologist, and he quoted Tony Blair, of all people, and he said, that young people make up 20% of our community, yet they'll be 100% of our future. And I think that's very pertinent to what we're looking at. So what I wanted to say in particular was to thank you for coming out tonight and speaking to this motion. I also wanted to thank Councillor Baxter, because I do think the officer's recommendation could have been a little bit more positive, even though...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
I just get a bit squeamish when officers are mentioned.
No one by name, but it could have been a little bit more positive, and so I acknowledge that. And I just wanted to say thank you for your enthusiasm, and good on you for showing leadership. So I wanted to also say that City of Port Phillip has already agreed to transition 100% to renewable. And local governments like City of Port Phillip definitely do listen to the views and the interests of young people, and we welcome you coming and talking to us. So please don't ever get the feeling that we don't listen or consider your views. And that was something that you wrote in your joint letter. But I do hesitate a little with this, because legally and morally your parents are ultimately responsible for you if you're under 18 years of age while at school. And I also hesitate because you're asking for some support from us which we actually have no authority to control. So there's a couple of things in there that, you're asking us for things that we cannot do, but I am fully supportive of you showing your leadership and making that demonstration. Thank you.
Do you wish to close?
I would like to close. I thought I'd address the school kids should be in school argument. So my question, despite the fact that school kids are often not in school, we have public holidays, we have weekends, we have lots of times when school kids aren't in schools, and we're happy to give them the day off because we think that that day is important or whatever. This day is really important, actually. And what I would ask is, what the hell are these kids studying for if you're not actually going to give them a future? If you're going to deny them a future, I would say there's actually no point studying so that they can get themselves a bright future if there's actually not going to be one there for them. So I really encourage everyone to get out there, take action. Really, you will actually see real change happen through this process. You will learn more than you will in that one day that you take off of school. And to be honest, I think that you guys are fine. It's the politicians like Scott Morrison, Tony Abbott and Andrew Bond that need to go back to school.
I'll move to the vote. Sure. Under division, all those in favour? Councillors Copsey, Simic, Baxter, Crawford, Voss and Gross. All those against? Councillors Bond and Pearl. Thanks very much. We've now got 4.3. Declare it carried. Joint letter requesting COP to declare... Sorry. Yeah. 4.3, joint letter requesting the City of Port Phillip to declare a climate emergency. Can I just clarify something? There was some talk of this being moved in at the next council meeting, so as a matter of information, is that correct? It's sort of...
I believe it was a motion based around the topic, climate emergency, separate to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm happy to foreshadow that I have a motion coming up on this topic, but I think that we can still receive the petition.
Sure. So, just for the information of everyone, there is a notice of motion coming up on the 18th to deal with this issue, yeah, but we've still got a joint letter, and when we get to the resolution, you'll have to change the word petition to joint letter. Okay, Jeffrey Love.
Jeffrey Love, St Kilda, and thank you again, Mayor and Councillors and Officers, for this opportunity to address you. I'd just like to point out to the school kids present tonight that when I was 14 and wagged school to attend an anti-Vietnam War demonstration, I was hauled into the principal's office the next week where I got a good dressing down and a caning that's being hit on the bottom with a bit of wood. Tonight you're lucky to have just had a slight verbal caning from a couple of the councillors. But as councillors would be aware, I have been urging Council to prepare for the imminent danger of coastal flooding from climate change-driven sea level rise for a number of years. For COP to endorse a climate emergency would show important leadership in preparing one of Australia's most vulnerable urban coastal communities for a deeply concerning future. I urge you to endorse the joint letter or petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Gillian Upton. Good on you. I love you. Thanks very much, Jill. Priscilla Howe-Davies. That's it. Oh, it's on, off. It's not on yet.
Oh, thank you. I'm Priscilla Hoff-Davies, a resident in South Melbourne. I adore living in my neighbourhood. Every day I enjoy its people and the area's beautiful natural features, the bay, the parks, the lake, the streets lined with gum trees and the cockatoos, gorillas and magpies. But I hold grave fears for the future of my local area and grave fears for my family, my neighbours and for the local businesses that I frequent. I'm here as another community representative demanding that the City of Port Phillip declare a climate emergency. First of all, I wish to thank the City of Port Phillip for serving its residents and businesses. I appreciate the actions and strategies that the Council are committing to, as described in the Sustainable Environment Strategy and the Waste Management Strategy. This work is critical. To contribute to the success of those strategies, as a resident, I commit to doing everything I can to support the council in enacting those strategies. But now is not the time for business as usual or government as usual. Now is the time to direct laser-like focus and attention towards the challenges this council is already encountering today due to climate change. The council's existing strategies are not sufficient to deal with the intensifying social and environmental problems caused by climate change. Your residents and businesses need their mayor and councillors to be brave and step closer towards these challenges. By declaring a climate emergency, you will demonstrate authenticity. The declaration will show that you have thought deeply about the implications of climate science and that you are willing to be truthful with citizens. It shows that you can envisage the large-scale systemic transformations that will be necessary to minimise the harms of climate change on the City of Port Phillip. When City of Port Phillip declares a climate emergency, it will demonstrate leadership in response to Federal Environment Minister Susan Lee, who seems to think that local councils should stop worrying about climate change and focus on local issues. Did you take offence to her comments? Because I did. Climate change is a local issue. How else and where else can action possibly take place? We must be proactive as a community at a local level, in our homes, our streets, in shopping centres, markets, gardens, parks, rivers and beaches. So I want my local government representatives to be my leaders and my allies here. Don't let your people down. Declare a climate emergency tonight. Thank you.
Kylie Carpenter.
Hello, Kylie Carpenter from St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I wholeheartedly support that Port Phillip join with other councils in Australia and other countries globally to declare a climate emergency. Our federal government refuses to acknowledge or to act on climate change, while state governments drag their feet. Local governments, such as Port Phillip, can lead the way. I do acknowledge that there are leading climate change activities happening here in Port Phillip. However, as a wise young person once said, and is still saying, our house is on fire. That is an acknowledgement of Greta Thunberg, and I acknowledge and support the school strikers here today. How to you all. So with our house on fire, we must accelerate sustained and meaningful action to engage with the climate emergency challenge. That is why you must declare a climate emergency. As a constituent of the City of Port Phillip, as a global citizen, I implore you to declare a climate emergency and to join together with us all to act and send a message that this is not something we can continue to ignore. We must act now. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Kylie. Les Rosenblatt.
Maybe our member for Melbourne Ports would like to, sorry, it's not Melbourne Ports, McNamara, would like to...
Take your, either speak or sit down, please. Thanks. Councillors, that's the, Jill. Of course you can.
This might sound a bit convoluted, but I'm here tonight to rebut the possible rebuttals to declaring a climate emergency. I presume that we know we are in one. I'm not going to argue those points. As being our local representatives, I presume you are cognisant with the latest science. Good. Okay. So the first argument that might be put is it's beyond your purview I didn't realise that Susan Ley had said that about it being not a local government concern. But these ideas that, our responsibility goes to here and that high is all being washed away as networks are being formed, and there's a groundswell building in the city of Bayside, Stonington, Glen Eira, 35 councils, I think, across Australia, or more than that by now. The AMA yesterday morning. Those hamstringing, constraining divisions have been part of the reason why we're sitting here with 410 parts carbon per million in our atmosphere above us tonight, up from about 300 when Europeans first came here. Okay. The groundswell is coming, and so I'd suggest that to declare a climate emergency is really just to get with the program at that level. Another argument that can be put is that, and I do commend the City of Port Phillip for being nearly carbon neutral. Wonderful things are happening, but the Strategic Directions 3, 2017 to 2027, 2 years ago is a long time. And if you look at the wording, smart solutions, we've come a long way since we could be so glib and really optimistic. And I'm not being pessimistic, I'm being realistic, I think. So the council is doing good things, but is it working? Is it enough? A climate declaration will reinvigorate and give a new focus. Just one more point, if I may. Words. And then the third argument is that it's just words, empty symbolism. And in fact, people can hide behind those words and be inactive. But words are powerful, words are important, and a new word that went into the Lancet in 2015, solastalgia. This is a new psychiatric condition, depression at the state of the world. We're hurting, we're dismayed, we're paralysed. We need leadership. You are our elected leaders, we need leadership, and leadership begins with words and symbolism and action. So really, how can you not declare a climate emergency? Thank you.
Councillors, do we have a resolution?
Excuse me. Do you mind if I speak to my letter, please?
Did you fill out a blue form or any of that?
I was told by email that I'd be speaking to my letter before speaking this.
Yeah. Come on down. Wrong one, sorry.
Sorry for the confusion.
It's probably my fault.
On Saturday, the 7th of February 2009, I was playing
Sorry,
cricket.
name and suburb, please.
My name's Timothy Neville. I'm from St Kilda and I submitted the joint letter. On Saturday, the 7th of February 2009, I was playing cricket in the street with my brother and my neighbour. Jimmy was on a hat trick when the sky began to turn red. Charred leaves rained and ash engulfed my town. The Black Saturday bushfires killed 174 Victorians and injured and traumatised countless more. In 2009, the Bureau of Meteorology found in an inquest that the drought and subsequent fires were made possible by changes to the climate intensified by man-made carbon emissions. Since then, drought has returned to Australia, and confirming our worst fears, it will be the longest and most severe, and Victoria is in immediate danger. I regret to inform those who don't know that we reached the long-feared milestone of 1 degree of global warming in 2015. This means we are now living outside the safe climate zone. To talk of preventing climate change, as this council has in the past, is to deny the harsh reality that we are living. The most optimistic estimates say that we have to halve our emissions within 12 years to stop a runaway greenhouse effect that we will no longer be able to control. that we cannot lose hope. In 1987, every country in the world unanimously agreed to stop releasing CFCs when it was discovered that they were poisoning the atmosphere. They did this because they acknowledged it was an emergency. Moreover, Melbourne, Darebin, Stonington, Mornington and Yarra councils have draped banners in and on their town halls declaring that this is indeed an emergency. Declaring a climate emergency in numbers will encourage change at a social level, as well as putting the hammer down on the negligence of our federal government. We collectively as a people did not respond fast enough, so we no longer get to talk about climate change. It's time that we call it what it really is, a climate emergency. And it is time that this council and all of its people take responsibility for our share of this mess and treating this emergency like it is one. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. There's no further speakers. Councillors, do we have a resolution or a motion? Joint letter. Sorry for the trivia. So you're moving it, are you?
Sorry. Yes, I'll move the officer's recommendation. I'll speak to it shortly.
Seconded by Councillor Crawford. Go for it.
Okay, so noting the change from petition to joint letter. So the officer's recommendation is to receive and note the petition, acknowledge the views and continue on what we're doing. That's fine for this week. I would like to foreshadow that, well, first I'd like to thank everybody that came and spoke, and particularly Mr Neville's impassioned speech there I found actually quite moving. I would like to foreshadow that because of procedural reasons I wasn't able to bring a motion to this meeting, but I will be bringing a motion on this topic to the very next meeting, which is on the 18th of September. And papers for that will be released the week before as per usual. So I'm happy to accept this now because that's okay for this week, but I intend to address this issue in a couple of weeks. Mr Neville's absolutely right. We are not talking about what might go wrong if we don't do something. We're talking about what's going wrong now and how bad is it going to be. That's really quite frightening.
So I'm seconding this recommendation. So there are two members in the audience, I don't know where Tamara, Natasha, yeah, great, who I had a meeting with about, was it 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, to discuss this very thing, and it's come. So I took on doing the investigation with officers and looking into what Darebin has been doing and everything, and because I didn't want to write just another report because it changes nothing. So I'm in support of declaring a climate emergency because I have done a lot of investigation with what we're doing on council, and we're doing everything that Darebin's doing, it just may be worded slightly differently. I'm not sure that it will change anything directly in council right now. I'm happy to add our name to the growing numbers of councils in Australia and around the world if it puts momentum on the leaderships at the levels that can provide the funding for the change that we need. I have to admit I am disheartened. I don't know that our current federal government will act no matter how much momentum we put on him or them as a group. But I do think I'm fine with declaring a climate emergency. I guess I'm more interested though in looking to real action and what does that look like on the ground. So words are powerful, but I tell you what, actions are more powerful. And we've got to a point where yes, we need the momentum of voices calling out for action, but we actually also need to find solutions to present. and to offer communities and our own communities, like what does sea level rise look like? What's the solution going to be? So I do ask that in declaring a climate emergency, we don't just, it is momentum, but it's also looking to solutions. And again, like I said before, bringing everyone with us, because the change doesn't come unless the majority want it and will stick with it. So that's my 2 cents worth on this one.
Councillor Simic?
I take a slightly, thank you, Councillors Baxter and Crawford. I take a slightly different view to Councillor Crawford. That I really strongly believe that you coming here today and people who've put this joint letter to us is taking an action. It's taking an act, and us discussing it and when we get to it, declaring a climate emergency is also taking an action. The answers of what we have to do are actually there. It's just a matter of making those that have the decision-making power currently recognise that they need to take those steps. So collectively, we're very powerful, and our words in this chamber, with your support, do make a difference. So I won't discuss this and talk about it in any more detail tonight, as I acknowledge that Councillor Baxter will be bringing a motion on this on the 18th of September, and I hope that some of you will come back then again. And if in between now and then you have ideas about other practical things that Council can be doing on top of what we're already doing, please come to us and discuss them with us. We would really value and appreciate that.
Any other speakers? Do you wish to close? Oh, sorry. Councillor Bond.
Sorry. Firstly, just for those telling us we should pay attention to the science, it's 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide, not 400 parts per million of carbon, two completely different substances. I'm happy to stick with Stephen Lay on this one. Susan Lay, we're a local council. Let's stick to roads, rates and rubbish. That's our job. If we want to clean up the environment, see you all down at... If you want to clean up the environment, see you all down at Beach Patrol once a month down at St Kilda Beach. We're there to clean up our local environment and make an actual difference to our city, not just passing motions like this, which, quite frankly, are fairly meaningless. They won't change a thing this city does. So I won't be supporting it.
Do you wish to close?
Yeah, I'll close briefly.
Oh, sorry. You've got to be more demonstrative. Sorry, Councillor Copsey.
Alrighty. I will only speak briefly because I'm really looking forward to debating this again on the 18th. Thank you, Councillor Baxter, for shadowing that motion, and Councillor Crawford for the work that you've been doing with officers behind the scenes. Thank you mostly to those members of the community who've taken initiative to bring this to Council. I've spoken about climate emergency publicly before. I'm very much looking forward to, I hope, this Council joining the huge groundswell for urgent action. We've spoken at the top about the topic at length tonight, so I'll just repeat Councillor Simic's offer, and if any members of the community should wish to contact us prior to the 18th to have input to what comes to Council, please do. I completely agree, and one of the reasons that I am happy to just take the officer's recommendation tonight and bring this in future is that I want to make sure that the motion that we bring for a climate emergency is a meaningful one. We don't need greenwash, we need action, and thank you very much for bringing it to our agenda.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. You've been on council for years and years and years, and you haven't thought that a climate emergency was necessary, and I'll be interested to see on the 18th what actual actions you are proposing that this council should take up above and beyond what it already does. I'm happy to vote for the officer's recommendation, as it doesn't really do anything. It notes the letter and notes what we're already going to do. I understand the stance that Councillor Bond has taken, but it looks like we'll get an opportunity to debate this more fully on the 18th, but I would suggest why the hell it's taken so long for you councillors to declare your climate emergency when you've almost had 3.5 years to do it. So let's talk about that on the 18th.
Thanks, Councillor Pearl. Any more? Councillor Baxter, do you wish to close?
I do wish to close. So yes, obviously the climate emergency movement started with one council and has started to spread to other councils, and the importance of that advocacy has become a stronger talking point and powerful piece of advocacy across the country as more and more cities sign up to it. So we can always say, why didn't we do something before? I would actually like to look at why don't we do something now. I'd also like to point out to all councillors, the Local Government Act is not just a piece of paper that says councils do roads, rates and rubbish. That's it's a very heavy document that sets out our responsibilities as councillors, and one of those is actually looking after the natural environment, looking after the health and well-being of our community and advocating for that community. So if you don't like that, this is perhaps not the job for you. Wasn't intending on the ovation there. But I'd also just want to finish up by just saying I understand a lot of people have turned out today to talk about Students' Drive for Climate and climate emergency. Please come back in 2 weeks' time because this is amazing to see the amount of people here that have spoken about that, and I would really love to see you all back here again. Thanks very much.
I'll move to the vote. All those in favour? Against? All those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Crawford, Voss, Gross, Pearl, Simic, Copsey. All those against? Councillor Bond, I declare it carried. Thanks very much. And that, I think, is petitions and joint letters done. Agenda item 5. Sealing schedule. Mercifully, we've got no documents that require sealing. 6. Public question time. Councillors, we have 2 people who've requested to ask a question tonight. I'll take these requests in the order that they were received. Agris Chalitskis.
Great.
Hi.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. My name is Agris Chalitskis. I'm actually from Epping in New South Wales. I'm a long time visitor to St Kilda. I used to live in Melbourne. For those on council who are of the Labor persuasion, unfortunately I live in Bennelong and my vote doesn't count for very much up there. Okay, in the interest of brevity, given it's a long meeting, I'll just cut to the chase about my questions on the St Kilda Sunday Esplanade markets. Number 1, is council aware of any footpath trading contrary to local ordinance number 1, sections 21 and procedures and protocols manual sections 21.3 at N and K, being parking on the footpath, obstructions and non-compliance with permits occurring at the Esplanade market? Many stall holders pay multiple fees for the stalls, and across the last couple of years it's probably good that the stall holders don't start to fight against each other. So what is council currently doing to address any significant and ongoing permit compliance issues at the market related to the preceding question? Number 3, given recent market operational management changes, not mentioning any officers, what are the interim arrangements commencing this week, being the week of 2nd of September? Number 4, a number of market stall holders have faced a very difficult winter season, indicating a significantly reduced visitation year on year now for about the last 3 years for a number of reasons, both perhaps within and not within the control of council, given the current economic climate. So, is there an approved marketing strategy in place for the markets given the income and economic impact generated for council by the Esplanade markets? And 5, if there is a strategy and a detailed plan, is that publicly available? 6, if there is not such a plan, when will one be completed and what will be the consultation process in the development of that plan, if any? I'm happy to take these questions on notice given the time constraints tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
We'll take them on notice.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I was the Acting Director of Corporate and Community Services at Port Macquarie Hastings Council, so it's a little bit different to be here and not on the bridal table. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Robbie?
Robbie Nyagui, St Kilda. So we've continued giving up on my name, Mr Mayor. That's okay. First, I just wanted to note that I did question in relation to the vineyard last council meeting. I'm yet to receive a response. I was told at the time and in the minutes that the council would endeavour to get back to me before the consultation which occurred last Monday.
So the first question is?
My questions are in relation to In Our Backyard. They're all the questions in relation to since 2015-16. Firstly, how many staff measured in FTE have sat within the council program area for In Our Backyard? What has the cost been for these staff? What has the cost of consultants been for the work related to In Our Backyard? How many briefings have been conducted with councillors on In Our Backyard? And what is the interest on the accumulated funds for the $2 million in the Affordable Housing Reserve? What's the number? And how have these funds been spent?
Thanks, Mr. Niagui. Take that on notice. Okay, there's no further questions. Councils, are there any questions? Two questions from Councillor
Two
Pell.
very quick ones. The first one relates to South Melbourne Town Hall. City of Port Phillip is often referred to as being very St Kilda centric, and we hold most of our citizenship ceremonies in this town hall. We have in the past held them in the South Melbourne Town Hall, and I now understand that because our commercial kitchen at South Melbourne has been converted by ANAM into a sound studio, that we can no longer hold citizenship ceremonies at the South Melbourne Town Hall. The question is, would officers be able to provide further information about whether or not ANAM sought permission to convert that kitchen, given we own the building? And if they did, is there any alternative arrangements that we can make so we can hold citizenship ceremonies at South Melbourne or Port Melbourne to service the wonderful people that live in Gateway and Lake Ward down there in the municipality?
Sorry? Ms McNeil?
Through you, Mayor, I can confirm that the arrangements that are in place with the ANAM using the commercial kitchen area were approved by officers, and it is part of the acting arrangements to respond to the damage that was done late last year to the building that took out some of the office space that ANAM was using, and it was deemed to be required that they needed more space in order to continue operations. In regards to the second question, we can take that on notice and come back to Council with what the options are for providing interim arrangements so that we can continue to provide support to that area.
Thanks very much. Councillor.
Second question is a repetitive one, but just to get an update whether or not the former ALP member Michael Danby has paid his bill on the outstanding function that was held here at St Kilda Town Hall.
Through you, Mayor, I can confirm that that bill has been paid.
Great news. Any further questions? Councillor Simic. Councillor Simic.
Moving on from the climate crisis onto the waste crisis, another unpleasant sandwich. I was going to use a different word, but Councillor Copsey urged me not to. Can officers please update the chamber on our dealings with our recycler SKM? And as I understand, they are due to resume recycling soon. Is that correct?
Good question.
Through you, Mayor. The update is that the receivers, Corda Mentha, are currently working with SKM to bring into compliance all of their sites, including the one to which Council's recyclables would go at Laverton. The advice we received today is that that facility may well be online in the next 2 to 3 weeks, in which case our recyclables will be going there for sorting and processing.
That's good news. Councillor Voss and then Councillor Copsey.
Sorry, just jump in because it is related. Well, that's good, fingers crossed. I just wanted to ask and confirm in the meantime that for those residents who choose to, they can take their recyclables to our Waste and Resource Recovery Centre. Is that correct?
That is correct. The Waste and Recovery Centre can take all recyclable materials, and we've got arrangements with other providers. So we will take the materials that residents bring to us and take them to various companies around Melbourne for processing.
Councillor Baxter?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Councillor Voss, to jump in ahead, but it is a follow-up to that one. I went to drop off my recycling there and they said that they weren't taking the glass. Was that just that day, or is that an ongoing thing?
My understanding is that we can take the glass. I'll have to follow up on why that was the case on that particular day. I'll get back to you.
Councillor Voss, my apologies.
Councillor Copsey asked the same question I was going to ask.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, presentation reports. I'll now move to the presentation of reports. Councillors, CEO's report. Presentation of CEO's report.
Excuse me, Mayor, can you update the chamber if we're going to see it, the order in which it's presented, or a different order?
I haven't received a request, and I sort of thought this would be quick, but maybe I'm wrong. There's two questions for the presentation of the CEO's report, and there's, I reckon, yeah, we've got people asking questions. So, Robbie Niagui.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. Robbie Niagui, St Kilda. I obviously just asked you a few moments ago about some questions in relation to In Our Backyard, and I guess going through this CEO report on page 9, it says that the affordable housing program for this city is off track. And the fact that we are 4 years into this program and it continues to be off track is a matter of great frustration to me, a matter of great anger, to be honest. It's good that in this report you finally noted that it is off track, but that is 4 years into the program, or more than 4 years now because we're in September, 4 years and 3 months. This council doesn't have a responsibility to do affordable housing under the Act, but you have an electoral responsibility because many of the councillors who sit before me ran on platforms of defending and supporting affordable housing. You also have a moral responsibility because our community acknowledges the importance of protecting those that were most vulnerable, and council have made a decision to engage in this space. But 4 years ago you approved a policy, and 4 years later no action has occurred. In Our Backyard is meant to cover the period 2015 to 2025. Yet the policy itself was approved in the 12th of April 2016, 9 months into your 10-year plan. A number of months later, in September, you passed a report complaining about the governance of the previous trust model. A successful model, an award-winning model. A model that saw funding placed into the trust each year and then leveraged by the trustee, Housing First. Housing First is a wonderful and incredible housing association that has built a number of houses throughout this municipality. And yet, your report in September 2016 asserts that there are governance issues. In October, you wrote to them, noting that. And in December, in the CEO's report, so shortly after you had all been elected to this very council, you noted that you had written to the trust and that you would also, in early 2017, present a new model to council. Now it is September 2019. In the interim, we've had a consultant report in September 2018, the adoption of an action plan for this 12 months, and we sit at the end of the action plan now, and you have failed to meet the action plan for the last 12 months as well. And over the last 4 years, $500,000 has been put aside each year. $500,000 that I understand has interest earning on it. Interest that is not being put toward affordable housing, which I think is pretty outrageous. In 2015, the number of social and affordable housing in this number of social housing units in this city was believed to be 7.2%. And I'd be curious to know what that number is. The objective of the policy was to maintain it at that level, which I believe, on the figures that you had at the time, was to produce another 950 units. And in your policy, as part of the $5 million and the $500,000 going in each year, you were going to create 170. 4 years has passed and none of those 170 have been delivered. So I guess I ask, when are you going to get councillor officers to step up? When are you going to call in this report? When are you going to review it and urgently find out what has gone so catastrophically wrong in this policy area.
Thanks very much. It's a bit difficult to answer that question because we're in the middle of a competitive process. So unfortunately I can't ask officers to... Sorry? Yes, okay. So I'll just note the contribution and just say that we're in the middle of a competitive process on Marlborough Street, the results of which haven't been announced. Les Rosenblatt.
Les Rosenblatt, Elwood. Excuse me. I just want to endorse everything that Robbie just said. He said everything I've been thinking far more eloquently and succinctly than I could possibly have managed in the allotted 2 minutes, but he covered a lot of ground, and I think that needs to be taken very seriously. I too was alarmed today when I read the CEO's report on In Our Backyard, which is in our backyard and not in our backyard. So I'd like to see that the backyard starts to look a bit developed in ways that provide accessible housing, affordable housing, social housing in this city without further delay. There's been, as Robbie put it, many a year now. In fact, a former mayor of this city is sitting in the audience, and these issues were being discussed back then, and unfortunately not a lot has happened in the intervening years. And I was at a meeting where I was one of a community consultation group on this very matter. There were 20 of us here a few weeks ago. We discussed this whole issue and we made various recommendations and asked various questions, and I haven't heard anything since. And that meeting was only called, I understand, when the council was alerted to the fact that community input hadn't really occurred as had been intended on this. So I just think that it needs a bit more response. When the CEO of this council took up his position, a lot of people in the city of Port Phillip understood that he had a background in housing, a strong background in housing. And I would like to see that strong background in housing put into some action. So, and it was disappointing again to see the red cross on the report of In Our Backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to say you're right, Mr. Rosenblatt. We do have a lot of expertise in housing here, and that, you know, but in the end, it is true to say that we're looking to get results. But yeah, just.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we appreciate the community's frustration within our backyard. As you know, in the strategy itself, 170 of the target units are to be produced through use of council's air rights, and I think the balance of the broader target is through other strategies such as planning amendments and social housing redevelopment, public housing redevelopments, which we've been strongly advocating for. In terms of the large proportion of those targets, which is the units outside of the 170, a lot of those levers are not within council's hands, and they require a significant investment from the state government, with support through Commonwealth State housing agreements from the federal government. And we have been working very closely to try and encourage the state government to do public housing redevelopment within the city. In terms of the use of the trust and the use of council air rights, it is wrong to say that we haven't been progressing actions. We have done a full assessment of the air rights on council land that was contemplated when the In Our Backyard strategy was landed. And it's clear to say that of those, the best opportunity was probably the Marlborough Street project, and you're correct to say that that is in a competitive process. But even the Marlborough Street project, in terms of the financial feasibility of that, and given my background in stacking up previous projects of this nature, is difficult to make financially feasible. And that's because it's air rights on a car park, which was paid for by special rates, and the car park needs to be returned. And we did put options to Housing First to have social housing without car parking there, which would have made that project more viable, given it's right next to a tram and a train station. And we did other exercises with Housing First to try and make that project as financially feasible as possible. The reality is we're an inner city with high land costs, and there is limited state funding to achieve the state government's social housing targets. And as somebody who's done a lot of social housing projects, Mr Rosenblatt's correct, we are competing with other projects with cheaper land components of it. So that is about encouraging the state government to put more funding in to match council's will and match council's funding. And it's also about considering how, if we've got non-viable sites, as were first envisaged when the policy was written, well before I got here, then how do we convert those into housing opportunities to try and achieve the 170 targets that are in the strategy. So I appreciate the community's frustration, but I think it's false to say that we haven't been working very hard to try and find innovative ways to achieve the targets that this council set 4 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So they're the questions from the community. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Voss.
I've got two questions on the CEO's report. They relate to the area called changes to the portfolio, and just wanted a bit of an explanation, please. I just couldn't quite work out what it meant. So the item under public space lighting renewal, Bay Trail and Foreshore, so it says a new deferral of $197,000 for extended procurement activity impacting award of tender and commencement of works. Just wondering what that means. And the other one, which I'll ask as well, is the standard civil drawings and designs, a deferral of $113,000 due to an extended procurement process for the consultant engagement. Just wondering what that means, please.
Anthony. Mr Trail.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll take on the question regarding the sports ground lighting. That's in reference to the Peanut Farm sports ground lighting project that we are undertaking concurrently. It's footings have started and we've started that progression. It just took some extra time to get permissions, permits and the contractor, but that's now been rectified, so there has been a deferral of that project from last year to be delivered, which is currently in progress at the moment.
Thank you, Mr Trail. Just the topic says public space lighting and Bay Trail and Foreshore. It says nothing about sports lighting, so maybe that needs to be changed, that wording?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll correct my answer with the public space lighting. No, we did have two deferrals with lighting projects. I've given the sports ground lighting answer previously. The missing links was as an opportunity to do a couple of projects together. So missing links is the section between the marina and Elwood, where there's concurrently going to be pathing, lighting works. So from economy of scales of delivering that project together, it was decided to design that together and deliver in one hit. So the public space lighting was deferred to line up with a place project and economy of scales with delivery.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Where it mentions, you'll see that the portfolio update here is from 19th of June to 5th of August. That crosses financial years, and therefore when that happens and there's residual money left over for works that are ongoing, there's a deferral made, so it's a deferral from one financial year to the next. So in regards to the standard civil drawings and designs, there was work completed last year, there was budget available. The work wasn't fully completed in the last financial year. The residual budget has now been deferred into this year and that project is ongoing.
Councillor Voss?
Quick follow-up if I can. To the layperson, what does that mean, standard civil drawings and designs? Just maybe we could be a little bit more descriptive.
Through you, Mr Mayor, they're actually drawings and designs for all our civil works programs. So when we're replacing footpaths, things in the public space. So they're actually designs for civil works. So when what we're trying to do is create efficiencies and consistency and more effective work by not redoing it every time. We're actually having a template and having some standard design drawings available for works into the future.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? Do we have a motion? Oh, you've got a question?
Very quickly, hopefully quickly, just two projects that I'm a bit concerned about because they're marked currently as off track, and that's the Marina project and the Customer Experience Program. I know that the completion date for those projects still remains unchanged at this stage, but I was hoping if officers, given the size of these projects, could elaborate a little bit more on where those projects are up to.
Yeah, aware. There's some ambient noise. It's rain. Yeah, and if people could, just a little bit. Okay, so we had the question about the marina.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So in terms of the St Kilda Marina, we're currently in the procurement process, at the first stage procurement process, which is the expressions of interest. We will be making recommendations on those shortly. The program will be at risk throughout because of the timelines. It's actually a really tight timeline, so we'll probably be reporting the program to be at risk for most of its life. It's pretty complex. But we are generally tracking to schedule. We are a couple of weeks behind where we would like to be at this stage. In terms of the customer experience program, we have just completed procurement for the integrated solution and the website and intranet replacement. So basically this is replacing all of our core systems, finance and asset management, rating, permitting, licensing, compliance, a whole range of tools in council. We're in the process of doing design workshops across council at the moment, scoping the implementation of those works. Overall, it's tracking to budget. There is some pressure on the schedule. We're trying to work through with the vendors at the moment to ensure that we still deliver by 30th of June 2021.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? Motion? Move the officer's recommendation. Move Councillor Simic, seconded Councillor Voss. Do you wish to speak to it?
Very briefly, I think this is quite a good report because it gives us and our community a very good insight into where the various projects are up to, and gives the community an opportunity to come and talk to us about various projects that they might have frustrations over. I share some of the frustrations that we've talked about regarding our progress in housing across Victoria. Over the last 6 years, we've had only a net increase around 42 new places for people to live, which is shameful given the size of the problem which we're facing. As councillors, we have been asking lots of questions on the In Our Backyard strategy and working with officers, and I have to agree with what the Mayor and the CEO have said, that some of those issues are actually outside of Council's control, and that we do need funding partners both at a state and a federal level. And we have been, as a council, urging both our state and federal partners to work with us to achieve some of the outcomes. But notwithstanding the fact that there is probably more that we need to do in that area, and I really welcome the community coming and asking questions about it, because it does put the pressure on all of us to continue talking about the In Our Backyard strategy. Overall, you can see that there's a very large program of work underway. And I think it's really fantastic that we have the opportunity to investigate those projects further tonight. So I'll leave it at that, and really welcome continued discussion with members of our community on what else we can do to address the housing crisis, which we're also facing.
Thanks, Councillor Simic. Councillor Voss? Any other speakers? Move to the vote. All those in favour? Declare it carried unanimously. We now move to 9.1, Adoption of Every Child, Our Future, Children's Services Policy. We have 13 speakers. I'm going to ask Josh Burns, MHR, to lead off.
Rightio. Good evening, councillors and Mr Mayor and officers. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller here at the City of Port Phillip. I wanted to make some brief remarks tonight about this report and about this policy, and I want to thank the councillors who have... My apologies, Councillor Pearl. This is my first time at the dispatch box. My name is Josh Burns, and I'm the federal member for Macnamara, and I'm very pleased to be here today. That covers a range of suburbs from Port Melbourne down to Caulfield. There are 2 points I wanted to make. The first of all is that over the last few months I've had a lot to do with the excellent council services and the community-run services that the City of Port Phillip have been involved in, as well as meeting with a number of parents as well. And one thing that has been recurrent in that entire time is that not one parent, not one, has said that they don't value these services that you do. And I think City of Port Phillip is to be commended with the formula that you have right now. It's working. And it's actually not just working, it's something special that you were able to run quality early education and childcare services in our backyard at a time where there is an adequate investment in early education and childcare, at a time where our early educators are underpaid and undervalued, and at a time where parents, and especially women, are not being given adequate pathways to get back into the workplace. And I understand that the City of Port Phillip can't be an entire gap into this, and this needs to be done at other levels of government. But you're doing a great job and you should continue. And I think that the report that you've released, and also my experience over the last few months, just reinforces that. The other point I'd like to make is that I understand that at the previous meeting the Mayor actually made some really important remarks that privatisation and that selling off assets were not on the table, and I really thank the Mayor for those comments. And I would acknowledge that now then the decision that the Council has to make and that what happens tonight is about providing certainty to families and certainty to local families. So I would urge you councillors and the Mayor and officers to provide certainty, to continue your commitment to local childcare and early education service provision, to provide certainty to families, mothers, fathers, to their kids, and to our outstanding workforce of early educators who, as I said, are underpaid and undervalued, and actually continue to commit to providing these high-quality, outstanding services for local families because they value it so much. I thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh. Linda Davison.
Linda Davison, Clarendon Children's Centre in South Melbourne. Thanks for letting me speak today, and it's probably worth noting that today is International Early Childhood Educator Day.
Yes.
So I just wanted to really offer some thoughts and comments about the proposed Every Child, Our Future policy. Overall, I think that this proposed policy indicates that community voices and concerns have at last been heard, and I'm pleased to see that the proposed policy has been modified from the original draft accordingly. I think that the proposed policy is more reflective of the priorities identified through community consultation and other forums, and that the revised service delivery options that are recommended in this proposed policy are more in step with community expectations. It was very pleasing to read the acknowledgement that community managed services are highly valued in the community and provide additional benefits through the creation of social networks and leveraging community capacity through fundraising and volunteering. This is a strong endorsement and recognition of the particular value of community-operated services. With that in mind, I'm pleased that the policy specifically commits Council to the continued support of community-managed centres through the provision of equitable and transparent funding agreements or tenancy agreements to support quality and viable community-managed not-for-profit services. I'm also supportive of the specific comments in the proposed policy to support children and their families who are experiencing vulnerability and or disadvantage. But I want to be clear that I think Council's support needs to be equally focused on two things. Firstly, on maintaining high quality of early education in council and community managed services via the existing quality subsidy or something similar. While it's true that quality children's services can support children's development and that children from disadvantaged backgrounds potentially gain the greatest benefits from children's services, it is also true that poor quality services can be harmful for children, and children from disadvantaged backgrounds who attend those services are likely to experience the most harm. And then targeted strategies or subsidies that will increase access and participation from those most vulnerable children. So let's not try and trade one against the other. We can walk and chew gum. I probably just also note the reference to council subsidies currently going to high income earners or families who don't live in their municipality, and would make the observation that the fact that some children whose families earn high incomes and presumably also pay high rates may attend services that council currently subsidises isn't a valid reason for withdrawing or reducing subsidies from those services, especially in the context of a federal childcare subsidy system, which means that high-income families now receive no subsidy or significantly reduced subsidy for childcare fees. And just also note the comment that about families who don't live in the municipality. Currently, the waiting list prioritise families who live, work or study, and previously Council has deliberately prioritised in that way because it supports local engagement of workers, students, local businesses and the local economy. So that's something to consider. I suppose in terms of the implementation plan, I think the developing a support model for community managed childcare services that's transparent, fair and equitable and provides long-term certainty is a welcome statement. And a commitment that Council will consult with services about planning a long-term strategy to ensure that existing buildings can be upgraded to be disability discrimination compliant. I guess the proof will be in the pudding, but I am optimistic that if we take a really collaborative approach, that those aims can be achieved. I'm very willing, both as an individual and as a representative of Clarendon Children's Centre, to commit to working constructively with Council to develop those implementation plans and strategies so that the goals and objectives of this proposed policy can be achieved. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Denby Inman. Hi.
Hey, Denby Inman, live in Eastern Kilda, St Kilda East. My wife and I live in, as I said, in St Kilda East, and our 2.5-year-old daughter, Remy, attends North St Kilda Children's Centre. Remy absolutely loves going to North and has great bonds with her highly trained educators and her roommates. As working parents, high-quality ongoing childcare is essential to our participation in the workforce and our 2-year-old daughter's early years education. We don't have grandparents who live around the area, and paid childcare is our only option. I'm here tonight to very strongly urge you not to change the Port Phillip Childcare Services model and facility support and transition to parent and community managed not-for-profit. We can't really fathom why a council wants to save a small fraction of its overall budget to dismantle a high-performing and incredibly valued service to the families and communities of Port Phillip. Changing the model will adversely affect families in many ways that can't be ignored, including worse quality education outcomes, as is evidence-based and provided in submissions by the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority. Findings show that council-supported centres provide best quality education, enable well-trained staff to undertake professional development and work with ideal staff-child ratios. They provide a benchmark for quality, leading the way for the whole sector. This is something that I think council should take pride in. Childcare workers educate children. They're not babysitting. When early child education services are council provided, staff are more likely to be employed under negotiated enterprise agreements, which have better pay conditions and the Children's Services Award. Simply being covered by an enterprise agreement means that educators are better rewarded to do their incredible work. And I don't say incredible work lightly. We both take comfort and are continually impressed with the pedagogy and design the staff put into structuring the room, the curriculum, and engaging with us on setting and measuring learning and development milestones. Remy is constantly coming home and wowing us with what she's learning, whether talking about Marcello's guitar, rocket ships, or characters from stories the group are reading. Through Remy, we are seeing firsthand how quality early child education is helping children by creating a passion for learning, helping them develop social skills, and fostering language and development vocabulary. So, in conclusion, every single expert has repeatedly said that council-run and managed centres provide the best early childhood education. The council's repeatedly said they want to do what's in the best interest of the children, but it looks as if they're making financial decisions, which I don't think is correct.
Thanks, Denby. Hayley Davies.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Hayley Davies and I'm an employee of the Australian Services Union representing the workforce that this review will impact. Local government offers a stable workforce and continuity of care unmatched by other early childhood educator providers. Over 100 employees work in childcare at the City of Port Phillip, largely members represented by the ASU who are concerned about the future of their employment and the future of quality of care for the children. Should the provider be outsourced? Council consultation involving 500 residents found the preferred option was for Council to continue the current model of the operating and subsidising childcare. ASU members in early childhood at the City of Port Phillip and the ASU office strongly support Council retaining the operation of these services. If councillors really cared about the outcomes for kids and their community, they wouldn't outsource these services, they would expand on their role instead. On behalf of our members, we are seeking councillors' commitment to keep services in-house and to ensure continuity of high-quality care and accountability. I believe the community, parents and staff have spoken through the consultation process and the message is consistent and clear. They have all got a shared desire to see Council continue to deliver the services. The question that I have is, will councillors support keeping the service in-house, and are councillors fully aware that in the event of the service provision transferring to another entity, even community organisations, that ultimately workers will be worse off as they will not have the City of Port Phillip terms and conditions, noting that better conditions and more secure jobs lead to better quality and continuity of care? Thank you.
Kate Warman.
Hello all, I'm Kate Warman from St Kilda. Kind of feels like I'm being thrown to the sharks right now with the comments previously, but let's go. I'm the Centre Manager from Treehouse Early Learning St Kilda, just out the windows there, the beautiful centre that is based around a 200-year-old heritage restricted tree. Our centre is a for-profit, and I do take offence to some of the comments from the community previously in regards to the quality of community-run centres versus for-profit centres. I currently have 45 full-time staff members per day running a centre with 149 children, which caters for 250 families per week in the City of Port Phillip. Our centre currently offers care to the second highest number of children in your council, City of Port Phillip, yet we're still yet to have a visit from anyone on the council, Children's Committee, nor our local Member of Parliament, Josh Burns, despite making written submissions and inviting all councillors to come and see a quality, privately operated service ourselves. Sorry, quite nervous. We are pleased to read Council's recommendation to monitor the needs of families and supporting children and families to access services that meet their needs regardless of the provider type. This commitment to collaboration has been quite strong in previous years, especially with the maternal health outreach program. Optimistically, we are looking forward to these new partnerships progressing. My service needs a commitment from this council that all children in the city are going to be offered equal access to council outreach and community engagement opportunities, not just the children from your preferred council services. That is a quote from your current website. There seems to have been a significant and disappointing neglect of outreach to children in the private services, where we had previously been involved with a rich collaborative relationship with the maternal child health nurses, which supported positive outcomes for all of the children and families in our area with complex needs. Unfortunately, we are hoping this will resume to a high standard again. Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. I've actually seen your amazing prams, what is it, the Octopram? Octopram. Fantastic. Thanks very much. Rhonda Small.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm a bit worried about that stuff on the stairs. People might trip over it. Can we just move it a little bit aside? Thank you.
I assume it's not a bomb.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Rhonda Small, St Kilda. I just want to talk to 3 points. First, community feedback to Council has said loudly and clearly that the community wants Council to continue to support both Council-run and community-managed services and not engage with the idea of transitioning away from direct service provision by Council, yet this is not recognised in the documents before you tonight. What I urge you as councillors to do is to back the community and find a way to amend the recommendation before you to express ongoing support for both council-run and community-managed services. Second, the proposal to pit our council-run and our community-managed childcare centres against each other in a business case approach to decide if council-run centres are most effective is disappointing. And what most effective means is not defined anywhere in the documents. Should the recommendation be approved as it stands, the next 12 months will be spent on developing a business case about what to do, rather than on implementing a policy that clearly sets the direction for Council's investment in early childhood services. Rather than focusing efforts on ongoing improvements in the education and care of children in Council-run centres, parents, staff and officer time will be taken up with building a business case for doing what they already do so well. in the hope that Council will decide in 12 months' time that transitioning to community managed centres of these council-run centres might not be desirable after all. This is really unacceptable and it's very wearing on community goodwill. I urge councillors to reject this approach and allow staff to manage the council-run centres effectively in partnership with parents. Our council-run centres should be run efficiently, and prioritising the needs of disadvantaged families is also critical. I commend the policy's focus on better meeting their needs. Third point, despite feedback from the community asking Council to mount a public interest argument in support of its direct provision of childcare services, there is no mention of doing this in the recommendation or in the policy. Instead, it seems that the intent is to try to preempt a possible complaint by taking the approach of ensuring compliance through increasing fees and or transitioning to community-managed models to reduce Council's share of the market. Now, not being compliant with competitive neutrality policy does not mean a council is necessarily in breach. This only occurs if a complaint is made to the Office of Better Regulation and if that complaint is deemed not vexatious and if the Office then decides there is a case to answer, whereupon it would ask Council either to implement full cost recovery to achieve compliance or to undertake public interest tests that justifies it subsidising a service to meet its policy objectives, which could be to better meet the needs of disadvantaged families, keep care accessible and affordable, and so on. So finally, I would urge you not to be so risk-averse around competitive neutrality. Be proactive in support of a great policy for universal access to diverse, affordable, high-quality, accessible council and community children's services, and be prepared to prosecute a public interest case in the unlikely event of any future complaint. Thank you.
Brenda Forbath.
Thank you, councillors. Brenda Forbath from Elwood. I want to address the last dot point of the report and recommendations 9.1, particularly 3.2. The wording of that last dot point in 3.2 assumes that the outcome from a so-called business case will either hand council-run childcare facilities to community organisations or retain them on a full cost recovery basis, involving a big increase in fees for families. So those are the two options that we're heading towards. Nothing in the recommendation of 3.2 provides for council to continue to operate their childcare services on the current basis. It appears that a decision has already been made that this will not occur. This is despite the fact that Council's own consultation processes, a community petition and a public meeting attended by 80-odd citizens have strongly stated that they want to see a continuation of the current mix of council-run and community-based childcare services. Now, the notion of a business case implies a cost comparison between council-run and community-based childcare centres. It's well known that the voluntary labour of many committed and caring parents in the community-managed centres saves considerable money on governance costs. All the paid work done by council staff would be done at no cost by parents in the proposals being canvassed in this motion. Redundancies are inevitable for the savings to be realised. As well, council childcare educators are generally paid more than their counterparts in the community sector. So redundancies are likely here as well, or a reduction in wages of a group of workers who are already amongst the lowest paid in the country. The business case also envisages a comparison based on benefits. Are the so-called benefits to be based on cost savings or a better quality of service? What are the quality factors that would be included in the assessment? This process pits the community sector against council-run services in a competition to be the winner. The longer-term damage to relationships within the sector will be hard to mend. It appears that the desire to transition council-run services to the community-based model or increasing fees is aimed at cutting costs to free up funds to encourage vulnerable families to access children's services. Now, while this is important, it should be done with an additional council budget allocation, not by robbing Peter to pay Paul. So on that basis, I would say that clause 3.2 needs to be deleted. Not all of the last dot point of clause 3.2, I should say. This is a crucial moment for council. It is important that the architecture in this report...
Sorry.
Sorry, loud. It's
you've
important
had
that the
4 minutes
architecture
about.
of this report for dismantling council's role in direct service provision of childcare services be rejected. Childcare is central to the lives and well-being of many of our citizens and needs to be a top priority in council spending. So tonight you're making a political decision to determine this issue and as a priority now and for the future. Thank you.
Jeff Love.
I remain Jeffrey Love of St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of brevity, the previous speakers have all addressed the detail of this document, and so I will merely reiterate that council-run childcare centres have long provided the template for not only quality childcare, but also employment conditions of childcare workers. The idea that council would move to reliance on volunteer staff and undermine full-time employment is a retrograde step. It is important for both children and staff that council-run childcare centres remain just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Niagwe.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors, Robbie Niagwe, St Kilda. I'll be brief. Over the last 6 months, the community have been pretty clear on this issue. We've submitted to your consultation process, we've held a public meeting, we've had a petition, and all of the feedback that you've received is pretty much the same. We want to maintain our fantastic children's services in this city. We want to have council invest in them, and we want to have them ensured that they continue into the future. This policy, as it currently stands, is sort of saying that, but it's also saying that council are actively and continuing to consider stepping away from direct provision of childcare. Despite the fact that we know that council's own centres are among the best in the country, that they are the best for children at the most critical age in their lives, that they are the best for the staff who are paid better on average than their underfunded and underpaid colleagues in other industries and other parts of the sector. And it's also better for our community, because we as a community have committed to an integrated service with other council services and have engaged in supporting them in an important part of their lives. So I really argue to have councillors remove the business case from this policy and to continue a full-throated support for direct provision of quality childcare. Thank you.
Suzanne Provis.
Suzanne Provis, St Kilda. I thank councillors and officers for engaging with the community since the release of the options paper. While this report and proposed policy are more aligned with community expectations, the proposed commitments are so high level that how they are implemented is open to very diverse interpretations, and I fear that the Port Phillip community may not be best served. Policy Objective 1 is about universal access to children's services. This is fundamental to the future of the children in our municipality. A universal service system approach is the best way of reaching vulnerable families, but, as Linda has said, services must be of high quality, also able to offer differential support and be inclusive. Policy commitments 1, 2 and 3 will support children experiencing vulnerability to access children's services. Sorry, I've crossed out lots to try and be on to be thing, but I can't. I will access them, but there are other barriers that are not addressed, such as physical barriers. These could be no available spaces in accessible locations. Council should support reducing these barriers. For example, Policy Commitment 13, first dot point, Council will only provide facilities if there is evidence of a community need that cannot be met in any other way. This suggests that Council will not expand its children's services in the future, forgoing the opportunity to ensure new facilities meet universal access design principles, and also leaving it completely open for the private sector to be the new major provider of children's services. This is at odds with clause 5.48 of the Council report, which rejects the privatised model of childcare, given the risk that the market would not meet current and future demand and would reduce options for families. This clause needs to be removed. It is essential that Council continue to be a major player in this field now and into the future. Policy Commitment 7 is about a thriving early childhood education and care sector that provides quality, enabling choice and accessibility. A thriving sector is one that has a mix of service operators: council, community, not-for-profit and for-profit. Each type offers families and the community different ways of engaging in early childhood education and care. Council-run services can include and involve parents, families, children and the children without the governance responsibilities. Not-for-profit, large not-for-profits are similar. In community-managed services, families and the community are able to be involved actively in and accountable for governance decision-making. Decision-making in for-profit services is generally made with the bottom financial line in mind. Council-operated services are key to this mix of service management models, so Port Phillip community needs are better met and a sustainable early years sector is supported. Finally, I am unclear how this policy, with its vague high-level commitments, will interact with the two council policies listed on page 15. I ask councillors to be vigilant and to consider the relationship and interactions between the Children's Services Policy, the Property Policy and the Community Funding Policy. I understand the property policy will be brought to Council later this month. I note that education is not included in the definition of a community organisation in that policy. Is there anything that for community early childhood education and care services to fear in the sequence of policies before Council? Will community-run organisations be disadvantaged and therefore disadvantaged families who rely on these services? Thank you.
Paul Davies.
Good evening, councillors, Mr Mayor. Paul Davies from South Melbourne. I'm also on the Committee of Management for the Clarendon Children's Centre.
For which centre?
For the Clarendon Children's Centre on Clarendon Street in South Melbourne. I would like to just try to make some clarifications from some of the points that have been raised in this section relating to the terms and conditions of employment of the staff that work at the community-managed childcare centres. So the enterprise bargaining agreements are individually negotiated between the committee and the staff members, and in the city of Port Phillip, certainly the staff members at those institutions have some of the best terms and conditions in and around the childcare centre, and certainly have the most the greatest opportunity for negotiating their terms and conditions. So that's the first thing. The second is that the staff that work at the centres are not volunteers. They are very much paid for what they do, whereas the management committees are volunteers. And the third point I would like to make is that in the city of Port Phillip, certainly the community managed childcares have some of the highest ratings in terms of quality across the council and across the country. The last point I would make is a more personal point. As one of the high income earners that some of your comments and some of the other comments have referred to, I would apologise for having my child at a council childcare centre, and hope that my contribution to the running and the management of that centre outweighs that budgetary deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Klepner.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Judith Klepner, Albert Park. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important item, which sort of seems to keep coming back, because this city had a huge debate about childcare in the 1990s with the push to compulsory competitive tendering, and childcare was so valued in this community that was a very important community service provision that council decided it wanted to hang on to when it let a lot of other things go to competitive tender. It was then the subject of a massive debate, and the Mayor will recall this because we were on council together in the term 2004 to 2008. And in that term there was pressure being brought to bear to try and reduce council's commitment to childcare, but such was the response from the community that not only did we continue to support childcare, both council managed and community managed, but we also won significant support from the federal government, which was not of the current hue, to put significant funds into 2 childcare centres, more than anywhere else in Australia. So there was initially a commitment from the then Rudd government to build 260, which because of the GFC was reduced to 36, and we got funding for 2 of those, the only city to get 2. And they were the 2, Baba Nem and Baba Wominjeka, that also then won matching funding from state government. And I guess what I'm a bit concerned about are some of the trends in this document that might lead to us not being able to win such support in the future. While it says we should advocate to other tiers of government to fund, it's not putting up front, in some senses, the need to commit to quality. Even in the policy objective number 1, it doesn't put quality first. There are many areas that we should canvass. I support the submissions of others on public interest, and the lack of clarity about the commitment to council-managed as well as community-managed centres, which has been the strength of the model in Port Phillip. I'm also a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised by how the process has run, where we have had where we've had a document that went to community consultation, and now we've got this new document which has only had a very brief window for the community to examine. I'm particularly concerned that we don't end up with a model, particularly the point that was brought up before in relation to the first dot point under 13, providing facilities where there's evidence of a community need that can't be met in any other way. We don't want to end up with
providing a service in Port Phillip which becomes a residual service. And we can look to no other than Albert Park College, which had a policy before it closed of providing education for kids who weren't wanted anywhere else. And it wound up being a residual school that failed. And then it was rebuilt, and it's a quality school for everybody. So I would urge Council to take this document away and fine-tune it according to the submissions that have been brought to you tonight.
Rachel Pounding. Welcome, former Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, a pleasure to address you all this evening. I've got notes everywhere as well, just not wanting to repeat other speakers, so I definitely support the content put forward by Brenda Forbath and the comments made by Rhonda around the issue of the benefits of the model at Port Phillip being the multi-service model delivery approach and the strengths of that, and also support Judith Klepner's comments. I suppose I'm certainly here as a supporter of local government, as a provider of childcare, a direct provider. I think there's many benefits to that, which you've heard, so I won't repeat those. Specifically wanted to speak to the issue of national competition policy and competitive neutrality. So because I believe the report before you is quite light in terms of that, and I'm hoping you've had a full briefing in lieu of that on the complexity of the matter. Specifically, councillors would be aware that competitive neutrality policy permits subsidisation as long as a public interest test has been completed excuse me, that demonstrates why a subsidy is required to achieve council's policy objectives. So if any councillors are not clear on the requirements of a public interest test, then I think it's really important for you to get that information from the officers before you make a final decision on the motion before you tonight. So it seems obvious to me, given where council is at this point, unless you're intending to put this motion to bed and maintain the current in-house delivery option, I think the best decision that you could make is to undertake the public interest test and make sure that that's incorporated into the motion. And that public interest test must be undertaken in consultation with the community in a transparent way. And I think you've had some advice from the CAP representatives on how that motion element or how that test could be incorporated into the motion before you. Perhaps finally, in the proposed motion at 3.4, if that is to be maintained in any way, I would really strongly urge you to ensure the motion spells out the process of consultation to be taken. There is mention of stakeholders, but it's not at all clear to me who those stakeholders would be. So is that going to be an open and transparent public process, or will that be a closed process with selected stakeholders? So again, make sure that that's, my advice would be to make sure that, or my request would be to make sure that that's very clear. And then just finally, I've had experience of working with a number of not-for-profits, and I can assure you that not-for-profits are driven by commercial imperatives, as is the private sector, and they need to do so for survival. And I've certainly worked for large not-for-profits where the bottom line is as important as quality of service. So just be aware of that. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, questions? No? Yeah. Yes, well, so have you got a question? You got a question? Yeah, Councillor Pearl and then Councillor Voss.
Just in relation to Kate's point, which is something that hasn't necessarily been considered in this review, but I'm just interested to hear, and from my personal experience also, my my family's gone to community-run centres and private centres. My daughter goes to both 5 days a week, and there is a noticeable difference in terms of council outreach at private centres or private. Sorry, you got most of it, I presume. But there's a noticeable difference in terms of council outreach and council services at private centres versus community centres, and I assume council centres also. How do we determine how we allocate those resources? And to Kate's point, what more can we do to ensure that we're equally spreading our services to our community wherever they get their childcare from?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So that's in response to the maternal child health outreach service. So we make decisions based on the needs of the children. It's not a blanket service that we go to each childcare centre. They contact us and advise us of, or we have a process where we talk about whether having the service at a maternal child health centre is best, or the service is offered at the childcare centre. That service was reviewed and is looking a little bit different than it did last year or the year before that. Maternal child health is a universal service, and the outreach is more targeted to vulnerable children who are not as engaged, or vulnerable families who aren't as engaged with the regular universal maternal child health service.
Councillor Voss.
Thank you. I wanted to understand why we don't currently have any parent committees in any of our council-run centres. What's the background of that?
My understanding is we've got one parent committee at Clark Street, but I'd have to get back to you with why we haven't got committees at the other centres. I presume it's probably historical. It's something through this policy we're very keen to introduce. Parent advisory committees is the way that the government is moving, and we'd be really keen to introduce them with our current childcare centres.
Through you, Mayor, the evidence from the Murdoch Institute was pretty compelling about the need to involve family and community. So that's why that recommendation is there, and the advantages of involving family, parents and community in centres.
Thank you, Mr Keener. Councillor Voss.
Thank you. I'd like to take up sort of a point that was made by Linda Davidson around equitable and transparent funding agreements. The points made in 5.46 of the policy in the report, and it says that the council will continue to support community managed centres through a provision of equitable and transparent funding agreements and or tenancy arrangements to support quality and viable community managed not-for-profit childcare and kindergarten services. Now, what I wanted to understand is currently most of these centres, or all of these centres, pay a peppercorn rent, and we have a new property policy coming out which indicates that there'll be a market rent appraised and then a grant sort of issued back. I guess I'd really like to get some understanding of what leverage or negotiating power will the centres have in the workshopping funding outcomes that's sort of anticipated in that process.
Through you, Mayor, yes, you're correct in that there currently is a lack of transparency and inconsistencies in funding and leasing arrangements for the various, not just early childhood centres, but a whole range of council assets, hence the development of the property policy, which will be considered next week. when that policy is, if that policy is approved, as that's implemented, we'll be discussing with various communities. And I know that at the moment, that if we implemented a blanket policy, there would be winners and losers in the community childcare space. So we would work to mitigate any impact as that was implemented.
Councillor Ross?
Just a follow-up to that. So would there be a reasonable expectation that a community-run centre would have? What would be a reasonable expectation that a community-run centre would have in terms of grant funding from council? I think it's quite important that we understand that before we sign off tonight.
I think that's pretty difficult to answer on the spot here, but I think what would be reasonable is that they were consistently applied, fair, transparent, and that any negative outcomes would be mitigated or phased. But it's very difficult to provide an answer other than that.
Councillor Simic?
I have a couple of questions. First question is, what information do we have on the full picture of vulnerable families in our community? How many vulnerable families currently have no access to childcare provision at all? And what are we doing to better understand the issues present in our community?
Ms Parsons?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, we don't have a full picture of vulnerability. We know that based on the data from the latest census, that there are a number of families who have children who are 0 to 4, who do not have a very high income, which is one way of looking at risk factors. When we look at the data that we have available to us, it doesn't look like all of those families are accessing those services, but it is very difficult to provide any complete certainty. But our estimates are there's probably 100 children or so who might be missing out. What we're proposing to do following the endorsement of the policy is to do some deep engagement and try and work out how we can better find those families and get them into services.
And thank you for that. Throughout the process, we've also had a broad range of opinions and expert information on what constitutes best practice in childcare provision. What steps are officers taking to ensure the council-run centres are operating to the best of their ability?
Through you, Mayor, all of the council-run services meet or exceed national quality standards, so that's at the base measure. We have ongoing professional development, ongoing learning. Pam, you might want to add some other things about the measures.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the quality framework is really the best measure to compare centre or apples with apples, and so we have education leads in centres that also mentor and coach education, varying levels of educators. We have professional development, and just bear with me. Anything else? That's the broad response to how we ensure quality.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor Simic?
We've talked quite a lot about national anti-competition policy, and can officers, just for the benefit of everyone, just outline the journey that council's gone on with this question and where we're at kind of tonight with regard to national anti-competition legislation?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So it was identified that there was a risk that the operation of council's childcare centres could be considered a significant business, identified some time ago, and that was one of the reasons, not the only reason, that council determined to embark on this children's services policy. There's a range of activities that we have been going through, so we have documented our analysis as to why we understand that the current operation of our children's centres are a significant business. We've been working with the current regulator, the Office of Better Regulation, to understand the perspective from them and seeking their advice throughout this process. When we put the Every Child, Our Future Policy Issues and Options paper out, that was really commencing a significant piece of trying to undertake the public interest test. The first step of undertaking the public interest test is establishing what are the key policy objectives. So that was done in December of last year, and the Every Child, the Policy and Issues paper that was put out was designed to explore a range of options and test out the community's appetite for those different options. Today we've reached a point of presenting what we think is the right level of policy, and officers are recommending that further work be undertaken in regards to working out the best option to ensure competitive neutrality is part of where we go in the future.
Any further questions? Okay, I'm going to move the officer's recommendation with... It's a mayor's meeting. I'm going to move the officer's recommendation with the following additions. The addition of the additional, so that we could, Sam, if we could just scroll down. Which was suggested to me by another councillor, and also there was the additional one of the security of tenure. We haven't got the words for that.
Which is about the 3-year leases?
Yeah, the 3-year leases.
We'll do that if you want to read that out.
The number, and the numbering needs to be... Now they're trying to find the 3-year security of tenure provision. I'll read that out.
Can you just scroll down? Scroll down, please.
Oh, the other way, sorry. And the numbers are out. We'll harmonise the numbers. So the additional one was in developing a business case that assesses the benefits and costs of transitioning one or more of the 4 council-run services to community organisations, or alternatively retaining operation and ensuring competitive neutrality, officers undertake a review of costs and fees to ensure best value to the community and effectiveness in meeting council objectives of quality, affordability and accessibility, full stop. This review will seek to address any financial loss issues pertaining to all operated council centres, measure to ensure bad debts are managed, rooms are at capacity and the use of agency staff is reduced. The review should also explore the opportunity to implement a volunteer committee of management to enable many of the benefits and positive elements of community-run centres, including greater efficiencies. This review should also consider whether this might be addressed by a Section 86 committee. Next dot point. Council resolves to provide a transitional arrangement to all centres subject to the statutory procedures required by Section 190 of the Local Government Act. The transitional arrangement will offer all centres a 3-year lease, subject to aligning the dates of the lease to the same date, on acknowledgement that lease may be terminated in the event that the premises, building fabric or other expected exigency is deemed to be a risk to any person. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Bond. Okay. So in our little corner of... Sorry? Councillor Voss, you wanted to...
There is a small typo as well.
Sure.
In the second dot point under 3.2, taking a strong role in... The. You can delete that or add of.
Thanks. That's acceptable to me and the seconder. So in our little corner of Port Phillip, we're trying to reform the way we do childcare. Business as usual will not cut the mustard. There are several things that challenge us at the moment. The first is we have buildings that are not fit for purpose and are not easily seen to be remediable for current use. Secondly, we have the issue of competitive neutrality and other matters to do with the way we run the business of the 4 childcare centres. And finally, we have failed to make sure our subsidies are sufficiently targeted. Let's start with the last one first. The Murdoch Centre's work gave us the sort of evidence that we need to understand what our childcare centres must do. They must look after all children, of course, but they must also reach out to disadvantaged and vulnerable children. At the moment, the subsidies go higgledy-piggledy in a complex array that doesn't target vulnerable people. That is unacceptable and in breach of all notions of social justice. There are 100 vulnerable kids in our centres. Excuse me, could people please be quiet while I'm speaking? There are 100 kids who are vulnerable in our centres, and yet the data from the census shows that there are 550 financially vulnerable kids in our community. So there are 450 financially vulnerable kids. In addition to that financial vulnerability, there are kids or children who live in families with addiction issues, with family violence issues, and other complex needs. And we don't know how to reach out to these people and support them. And it is completely unacceptable. At the same time, some of these complex array of subsidies are going to families, and I don't resent this, I don't blame these people at all, but families who have a lot of money and families who don't come from within the community. And I accept what Linda said, that we also have to support with childcare people who work in the community, not just people who live in the community. But the people who live in the community do pay the rates that are part of the subsidy. So I think that our current system, and I've thought this for 15 years, is hopelessly broken in that we have failed these particular people. And it's absolutely and utterly unacceptable, and this is the major policy driver of why I'm prepared to support the officer's recommendation. Sometimes I love our officers, and they've really targeted an important point, and the palpable excitement in one of our officers I was speaking to yesterday about what this motion will do in relation to seeking out, finding and supporting vulnerable people inspired me. And it is an important aspect of the reform process, and a part of the reform process that we cannot ignore. And I'm absolutely amazed and surprised that people find arguments about social justice so easily discarded, so easily buried under a weight of other arguments. I sort of don't get it.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, Jen. This is the time-honoured way this council has run its business, and I've run these arguments for months and months. So that's an important driver of my need for reform, and I am staggered that social justice and the implications that means has become two dirty words. It's amazing to me. Secondly, the business of transition. Part of the discussion about centres and which is the best centre and which hits the quality marks is that it leads to denigration of centres that aren't being promoted by the particular speaker at the time. And that denigration is unfortunate, but we've heard that government-owned are inherently better than community. And it's just... I'm sorry we have. We've heard lots of arguments, not from you, Linda, and not from other people, but we've said that part of the attributes of the mixed model is that the government-run, local government-owned and run centres have some inherent advantage. And I think that the current proposal, as recommended by the officers and accepted by me, doesn't make that distinction in terms of quality, and accepts that some of the best childcare centres in the nation, and particularly in Port Phillip, are community run. And I don't accept that denigration. And we heard also from Kate about her feelings of denigration being in a private centre. And finally, I come to the issue of the final issue is the question of our premises. Now, this motion actually doesn't close any centre down. In fact, this motion says there are going to be security of tenure for 3 years. So we're saying to the community-run centres that have problems with their building fabric that, okay, we've got 3 years, we're going to work on it, we're not going to abandon you. It's going to take more than 3 years to work out how we replace centres that don't fit the current expectations of federal legislation with regard to access. So they're the 3 big issues. I just want to talk about the red issues. That second dot point was suggested by another councillor, and I think it's a really good way of assessing whether we do any business transition. I think it's conceivable that we do none, because I think it'll be very expensive to transition. But we have to show that there is that we have to show to the regulators that we are making an effort, that we are assessing the nature of our business, and there is pressure from Audit Committee, from private providers, and from the regulator itself. And the regulator's been told about this issue. It has nothing to do with any councillor. The regulator has been involved in the negotiations, that we are making a genuine effort to comply with the competitive neutrality provisions, and we can do so without any diminution of quality or community input. In fact, an increase, an improvement in the community input. So I'm actually excited, particularly by the social justice attributes, but also by the way this particular proposal deals with the issue of competitive neutrality without privatising. We were never going to privatise, without doing any of those things that are inimical to the interests and wants of the community. Councillor Bond, you second it?
Thank you. It's always very hard to follow you when you give such great speeches. This motion balances the need between responsible reform and ensuring that we meet the needs of our community. It's been well documented we're facing a number of challenges. We have some ageing buildings that currently house childcare that are not fit for purpose, that they need upgrading now. It's not like we can keep kicking this can down the road. These buildings need attention. They're not compliant with so many regulations. We have to do something about them. We've got... Yeah, that's part of it.
Please, no interjections.
We've got the national competition policy at play, and we're currently run the risk of being non-compliant with that. And as Councillor Gross pointed out, we've got vulnerable children who currently receive no services from the City of Port Phillip, whereas on the other hand we have so many children who, one, don't live in Port Phillip, or two, have the means to look after themselves, who are getting nothing from us. So they're the challenges we need to address. This allows us to review our buildings and make sure that they are compliant and develop a plan to deal with the challenges we're facing there. It gives us the option, if we want to convert council-run centres to community-run centres, which we've heard tonight from a number of operators, are very well run and in fact are amongst the best run in Port Phillip, and of course ensures we're non-compliant with the national competition policy. This is a really tough decision for us here tonight. We went out to the community with the full suite of options out there. We didn't take anything off the table, so we can genuinely say we put every option on the table and said, tell us what you think about it. Some of those options were never going to be realised, such as the privatisation that some people tried to say we were going to do, but we certainly said, tell us what you think about all this. And I think we've come up with a very good outcome here that, as I said, meets the needs of our community, but also deals with the challenges that we as a council are facing in this particular area.
Councillor Crawford.
I will foreshadow, should this motion fail, I have an alternative recommendation to bring to the floor. So, I guess I'm going to give my speech that I was going to give to my alternative recommendation, thinking I would get in first. I feel like we're living in some kind of upside-down world where we've got to as a society, in where what we measure and value is not really the stuff that makes our lives better, and what we don't measure and therefore have a monetary or figure value to are not named, are not considered when we look at the cost benefit of doing things or not doing things. And I feel like that's where we are with this childcare. So this national competition policy, which is in my mind neoliberal BS that we bought into a long time ago, when we thought the free market filled every gap and looked after vulnerable children. Well, just a little thing, that most of the vulnerable children that do attend services in the city of Port Phillip go to council-run centres. So stepping away from that would be a terrible mistake. Not that there aren't that go to other ones, but we still have the majority. So anyway, what we are measuring here is that bottom line. It feels like it's about a bottom line. And yet we're not measuring all those things, but really the big picture on this is women's contribution. We've got evidence that shows that this is the key time in a child's life, and we have an opportunity with supporting community-run services and our own to make that huge difference in people's lives. And we're also supporting women who mainly work in the sector and perhaps giving them a more secure and job and wage. We are also supporting women to go back to work mainly. Now there are some fathers that it affects. There's a lady here who spoke at one of the forums and said this is a feminist issue, and I feel like we're back still fighting for that feminist issue. And there's no measure, there's no monetary value given to all the thing that women's contribution does, all the caring we do in the community. And that's on the wider scale of the big picture. Look, we don't value it. We don't pay people to do this really important work properly. And then we end up in places like royal commissions into aged care because we don't pay properly the things that actually matter the most, looking after each other, being connected in community, looking after our children. So I feel like that's the kind of decision we're making tonight. I do think that there is so much community benefit out there that doesn't have a number on it, but that if we took on that test, if we put it to the test, I think that the community, I've heard you, every single one of you that has attended pretty much, has told me and the whole group of us that you want us, you value this, you see that unnamed, not monetary valued, measured things that it provides the community by us staying in it. And we've been doing that for a long time, and that's one of the reasons that we're such an awesome place to bring up children in. So I'm kind of interested in taking on, if we need to take on, because I think there is overwhelming evidence of that public benefit. And no, it's not in monetary terms. But it's in those things that we're not measuring, that we can't give a number to, that actually makes this such a great community to live in. And I see that in the environment too. You know, when we look at a bottom line, is a project worth doing? We never take into it, there's no monetary figure of the cost of to the environment, and we minus that from the profits or the benefits that may be made. And it's that same kind of ethereal thinking. You know, they're starting to do that wellbeing thinking that Jacinda Ardern, Iceland and Scotland are taking on, where you value mental health and you value all those other things. And this is what this argument's about. So I am very much in support in staying in, and that's what my alternative recommendation will stay. But there's so many points to mention, and we can still target vulnerable children and stay in childcare. They're not separate things. And one of the things that Dr. Moore did tell us, that often the barrier is not the financial one, it's that you need to co-design with them. What is it? Is it scary for those parents to come into the childcare facilities and work through the process of enrolling their child? Or is it that they have no one to walk or pick up their child to get to and from childcare? So we can still do all those things and stay in childcare and support our community centres, which are so excellent, and look for innovation in how we do childcare as we have in the past, and look for efficiencies, and still be a very valid part of the market, and take on the benefit test and knock that idea that, you know, by charging a few dollars more or whatever, we're not valid. I'm not clearly articulating that. But if we know that the best thing we can do for our kids is provide good quality childcare, and we're one of the people out of the many providers across our municipality doing that, why would we want to step back from that space? Why would we want to disadvantage women going back to work or women that work in our centres? Why would we want to do that? There's a cost that comes that we're not essentially evaluating, we're not measuring, that comes at stepping away from that. So I'm hoping I get a chance to speak to my other motion, but really there are so many reasons to stay in and so few to get out. And so I'd ask my councillors to not support this motion so that we can just stay in directly and look how we do it better.
Any other speakers? Councillor Baxter?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I didn't hear you call for speakers, but then I assumed you must have because you were looking at me. I'm having spent time with Councillor Crawford today with other councillors working on an alternative recommendation to really look at how we can get the absolute best out of our council-provided childcare while staying in the service, meeting the needs of competitive neutrality and you know, trying to make improvements. It's a real shame that we haven't had the opportunity to put that motion. So I'll say that I have had 2 children go through the childcare system. One of them's still in it, the other one's now moved on to school. And I can't say more good things about the childcare centre that they went to, which is not a council-run childcare centre. It was a private, not-for-profit childcare centre, and just the value of that continuous education, that going from the baby's room all the way through to kinder, and now seeing my son at school, it has actually been one long progression of education that feels quite natural, and there's not a jolt when you move to these different levels, and that's a real credit to the power of early childhood education. And for I've got a quite sensitive and sweet son who, to be eased into these sorts of things was actually just the best thing for him. So that might sound like someone who's willing to go out and defend the private sector and say, it's all going to be fine. I'm not. I think that council definitely has to have a role in this. I agree with the person that came from the private provider. Not all private providers are bad. I'm sure some of them are really wonderful, and I'm sure there are plenty of examples, particularly in our municipality, where we are quite lucky to actually have quite a lot of really good providers. But this is not really about that necessarily. It's not about bad versus good. It's just what is actually best for the child. I will say that the reason that we're, well, not the reason, but really it seems to me the main driver for us reviewing this is national competition policy and our adherence to it. And I'm glad we've got a federal member here who can hopefully take some of this fight up, because, Josh, national competition policy is, as Councillor Crawford says, is a neoliberal tool designed by extreme free marketers in order to starve the beast, push government out of provision of services, only to come back in when there's a market failure, usually at massive cost to the taxpayer. That's the system that's been set up. It's a self-perpetuating system that makes government smaller and less capable of taking care of people, and costing more, like they do in the US. So it's extremely poor. But I understand that it is current law, and we do have to abide by these sorts of things. However, I don't subscribe to the simplistic view that we simply can't provide services because of national competition policy. There are lots of councils and other government agencies that provide services that are able to be compliant with this policy, and I really want us to explore that. So I think that there definitely is a role for local government in direct provision of childcare. I want us to stay in, not just because I believe that from an economic and ideological perspective in terms of keeping this in the hands of the people, but also because I've heard loud and clear what the community has come back and said as we've done our consultation, and I'd like to thank everyone that's been a part of that. Sometimes it's been a little bit forceful and scary, the feedback, and I've had to say to people, "Hey, I'm on your side. Please don't hurt me." But it's been really good, and I just think that it's really clear the value that people see in this, and that we can leverage that value. I will say we can. I'm sure we can do better. I'm sure we can save money. We can provide the provision that we have. I'm sure we can do better, and I really want to explore that. Part of the debate that we've been having here, particularly where, say, Councillor Gross and I sit in different sort of areas, is the argument about universal provision versus targeted provision. And I've always seen that local government not having the tools to target very effectively, there are some things that we can target, is always better off simply providing universal provision for things. Our access to our parks is universal provision. Doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor or whatever, you have access to that. You get your rubbish picked up and that happens to you regardless of your wealth. The rates you pay for it is a separate process. But these sorts of things we do on a universal basis, and I would love for us to target more services towards vulnerable people, and I think we can do that, but I don't think we need to pick between universal provision and targeted provision, because we actually do universal provision better. I'll probably leave it at that, because there's a lot of things that have come out of this process and that I want to say about this, but I'm very supportive of the long history and tradition of this council providing childcare services and the difference that we've been able to make there. And what I would hate to see is for us to get out, only to have to rush back in when there's a market failure and at devastating costs. And we probably wouldn't be able to do it, to be honest. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Councillor Copsey.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everybody who has stuck around on a long evening, but a very important issue. And I want to preface my comments by saying thank you to the community for the engagement in good faith with this policy process. I'm sure, as you can see from the debate here tonight, it's far from over. But I've been astounded by the level of care and consideration and complexity that has been provided to Council through all of the community submissions on this topic. So thank you very much for taking the time. I hope, I also am very, very disappointed that we haven't had a chance to debate Councillor Crawford's foreshadowed motion. I do hope we'll get a chance, but I'll make comments in case that we don't. I hope what's happening doesn't overshadow the really great elements of the policy which we are looking at endorsing tonight. When we started this process, it's fair to say reviewing our children's services policy wasn't something that I sought actively to do coming onto this council, but there are some real opportunities for improvement of what we are doing in this space. Crucial throughout this process for me have been the two aims of making sure that we provide a very high quality service that's accessible to all children in the city of Port Phillip, and that we make sure that no child misses out on access to that, so that we're targeting towards families that might not otherwise have the ability to participate. I think that the proposed Every Child Our Future Children's Services policy takes great strides towards securing that. The environment in which we provide services and participate in the children's services market has changed, and there is really good opportunity to improve. And I thank the officers for all the hard work that's gone into developing this policy, and in particular to responding to community feedback. However, I am bitterly disappointed that it looks like with the amended motion that's been put, one of the key pieces of feedback that we've received from the community is not being heeded. Certainly, I hope that we get an opportunity to consider other ways forward this evening. I really take on board the comments of those who have some experience in this chamber and in this space, that it does seem, and Councillor Crawford and Baxter have alluded to this, that we are facing some headwinds and that we are up against prevailing forces that want to seek to challenge the role of local governments in providing high quality services, not just in this space. My sincere apologies that we keep having to have that debate. I urge you to please, if you're a community member who values this, continue to engage and continue to make your voice heard to council. I know it's frustrating and it's tiring, but certainly some things are worth fighting for. And investment in the next generation of people, young people and little kids coming up through the city of Port Phillip is certainly one of the best things we can invest in as a council, in my opinion.
Councillor Simic.
I am surprised that this is where we've got to tonight, considering the amount of work that's gone into preparing various alternate recommendations and making sure that we work on what I believe to be a compromise approach amongst councillors, taking into account that this is a very complex area of work. What's been said tonight and throughout this process by the vast majority of our community aligns with my values and my commitment. I've said time and time again how important I believe childcare provision to be, and my deep belief that education really is the premise of all progress, and it starts with our smallest humans. And this is not only my view, but also the view of many eminent experts. It upsets me that councillors cherry-pick the information that's available to them in order to make some of their arguments, especially when our community has been very clear, very, very clear, that they want us to stay involved in childcare provision. Because we have to support our vulnerable communities, and I agree, yes, there are ways that we can continue to improve our council-run services, and that's a positive thing. Some of the suggestions that have come out of this process have been positive and would genuinely, I believe, improve our childcare services. There's probably more we can do to, well, there's definitely more that we can do to address some of the issues that our vulnerable communities face. But I believe council is the best place to do that work, which is why I don't support a transition. As many of you know, my son attends Babak Nam, a council-run childcare centre, and I'm very proud of the hard work of the staff there and the care and love that he receives there. I'm concerned about what we've got to tonight. One of the key pieces of feedback hasn't been heeded, and that's around pitting community-run against council-run, against private. I was hoping that we'd put that to bed tonight and acknowledge that all of those different services play an important part in the fullness of service provision. We also haven't put to bed, if this is adopted, the question of competitive neutrality, even though I believe we can make that statement tonight. I really hope that the alternate recommendation is discussed tonight, as I believe that it would put us in a much better position that aligns with our community. But should that not be the case, this is also not the end of the process. Regardless of which recommendation is adopted, there's a lot more work to be done to address some of the issues that have been identified to date, and also potentially more community consultation that will be required as well. So I do hope if this alternate recommendation is adopted tonight, not the one I support, that we can continue to work together in ensuring that we get better outcomes in future. Thank you.
Councillor Voss.
Thank you. I'm feeling the emotion, certainly in the room tonight and amongst us all. And I have to say, Councillor Crawford, this is a really, truly awesome place to bring up children. And I know that because I've got 3 of them. And I've been bringing them up for the last 14 years right here in the city of Port Phillip. And I've actually had quite a wide range of first-hand experiences having had those 3 children. Initially, 14 years ago, tried to get into childcare in the city of Port Phillip, of course. Huge waiting list, couldn't get in, I had to take them over a couple of days a week to Ascot Vale was where I got them in. And that's where they had care for a little while. And then had the experience of getting into Ada Mary in Port Melbourne, subsequently moved on to Clark Street and stayed at Clark Street for a very long time, which is a council-run one. Then had the privilege to have my children at Lady Forster Kindergarten, 2 of them. And when that closed down, my 3rd daughter went to Lillian Cannon Kindergarten. So I've had a broad experience of all sorts of different care for my children at various times. And I've also been on the board, or the committees, of 3 of those centres, and I'm currently on the board of another one, which I've been on for 5 years, of which my children have not gone to. So quite a lot of experience in this area. But I have to say that right now I feel I need to express my deepest gratitude to the incredible educators that have dedicated their lives to our collective children. That is, that they are truly amazing. There are probably 2 facets that I'm keen to express my views on tonight. And the first is to deal with the financial and the economic concerns that have been raised by some in the community. And I have to declare that I am quite uncomfortable with 4 of our council centres making losses. And I can't turn a blind eye to that. And so what's in this motion here is to propose that we address this issue and we have a good look at it over all of our council centres. And I think it outlines some of the ways that we might be doing that, looking at how our bad debts are managed, looking at the room capacities, ratios, ensuring perhaps we reduce use of agency staff wherever we can, and that we look at using our parents as advisories in these centres as well. I think harnessing the best that I see from community managed centres and welcoming parent involvement in council-run centres really gets us the best of both worlds. I think that is something that all our council-run centres could get a lot from, and that's where I get to the second facet that I wanted to talk about, and that's the social component, and what we've focused a lot on in this debate. So, I guess after looking at the analysis, looking at the evidence, after listening to experts, after reading the submissions and hearing from the educators and numerous centre operators, industry experts, and of course talking to many parents in the community, I've come to my position today. And how I've got there is that it's really important to me that council cares for all of our community and no one's left out. It's important to me that those that need the most help from council get it. It's important to me that we ensure our community gets the opportunity to be the best version of themselves. It's important to me that all children get access to quality kinder, childcare, access to toy libraries and playgroups. None of that's in doubt. If they want it, we don't have to force it to them, and that there's no barriers or obstacles to care if they want it. But just because a family has low income and children under 4 years old doesn't mean that they want childcare either. So we must be careful that we're not being too paternalistic there. I support finding out about who needs care in our community and helping them find the care that they need or whatever services that they need to help, in particular, our less advantaged community. I support a fully thriving early education and care centre. Our 5 City of Port Phillip centres and our 8 community-run centres and our 16 independent operators need all the help possible to raise the best version of our little people as possible. We've heard from the report that we commissioned that it starts from pre-birth, actually from conception. The first 1,000 days shows that until basically 2 years old, that how you're cared for in your life has the most profound outcome on your little one's future. And you might have heard me say early on that the Dr. Michael Carr-Gregg quoted that 20% of our population are young people, but they will be 100% of the future, our people. So it's really critical that we look after them. So in having said all that, I will be voting in support of the motion, of the officer's recommendation tonight.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Everything's been very eloquently said, and I'll add a few things in a moment, but just to illustrate some points for some speakers that have spoken before, Councillor Crawford referred to competitive neutrality as a neoliberal policy. It's important to know the history of this policy. It was brought in really based around the Hilmer Review in 1992, commissioned by the then Prime Minister Paul Keating, and worked really agreed at the COAG meeting in Darwin in 1994, also under Paul Keating's government. This is not what I describe as a neoliberal policy. It took 4 years to develop, with a huge amount of involvement with the states, and I think our country's been better for that policy over the past decades that have passed since. I'd agree a number of councillors have brought up their despair at alt-recs not being debated this evening, and I think this is an opportunity for all of us to be more collaborative in the way we work with each other. Those motions and those ideas should be debated in the chamber, and if we're all as a group working together and communicating with each other, the city gets a better outcome. As a team, we work better together, and the outcomes are unlimited. So as a piece of feedback, let's work on that together. Councillor Baxter talked about universal provision, and he's right, in many areas universal provision is what council does, and we do it well in a number of areas. The issue with doing it in areas such as this, where there's such a disparate need between haves, have-nots, high dependency, low dependency, is that the wider you go, particularly with the small amount of funding base that we have, the shallower and the less targeted your response will be. Given the finite council resources, that's a difficult thing to implement and to achieve wonderful outcomes for those that are the most vulnerable in our community. It's something that just doesn't add up at the moment in our city, and I don't think we can realise it, which is why we moved to this policy. The other point that hasn't been illustrated by speakers before me is the point around advocating for leadership from other tiers of government. And albeit this really isn't a financial decision, it's a policy decision, but I would note the fact that particularly the state government asked this council and other councils to do more and more and more and more, whilst providing us less and less and less time, allocation of resources, and allocation of monetary resources and allocation of thought resources to actually implement their vision. If other tiers of government, be it federal or state, want us to do their jobs for them, that's fine, but you need to remunerate us appropriately. And in the rate capping environment, it's extraordinarily difficult to realise other people's visions unless they support us fully in it. Like Councillor Voss and Baxter and Simic, I have personal experience in this, which informs me hugely about the way I'll vote this evening, which is to support the alternate motion that Councillor Gross has put forward, albeit it largely reflects the good work that the officers have done. Our community-run centres are very different and they provide a differing level of care and services to their customers. And I've seen that firsthand. Generally speaking, the service provision is of an extraordinarily high standard, and it's something we should be proud of. And as the years go by, the network of those community centres together will strengthen our community. So it's not something that we should be fearful of at all. The private sector has a place, and there's some huge private sector plans in this sector coming forward. There's an application for a 400-child centre in the Montague precinct at the moment, which will change the game locally, particularly in my ward, for the provision of childcare services. The private centres have a huge role to play. As I said, my own experience is at the moment I go to a community centre and a private centre that's run in a community centre, and I've also had exposure to a private centre. The private centres, in some cases, one case is less expensive than a community-run centre, and I would say my personal experience provide as good, if not better, care. So the heart of most of the private operators, I think, in previous decades has been questionable, particularly with the large commercial-run centres. But most of the experience I've had with our large commercial centres in our municipality has been nothing but positive. So we build from a strong base. The officers have done a good job. I don't think this council has considered something as big as this and as seriously as this, and I think councillors have all really put a lot of time, thought and effort into this. And I thank the officers for their help and giving us all the information we needed to make this decision this evening.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pearl. I won't close. I'll move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? All those in favour? Gross, Voss, Pearl, Bond. All those against? Copsey, Simic, Baxter and Crawford. So it comes down to me to do the casting vote. I have a tradition where I always cast in favour of the officer's recommendation, and I'm doing that tonight. In terms of the additional things in red, they are consistent with the officer's recommendation, so I'm casting in favour of those, and so I declare the motion carried. Yeah, I think we need 5 minutes.
I want to acknowledge comments made earlier this evening by Voss, Powling, a couple of other people, particularly in relation to solastalgia, and to quote the first line of point 2, safety is a fundamental human right and is essential to the well-being of our residents. It's certainly been an emotional night. So to premise what I say next, I have to use the words without prejudice. I was first asked to participate in community feedback about safety in the city of St Kilda by Mark Welsh. I have endeavoured ever since to do that, while becoming more and more disabled and less having access to things like the internet. I continue to not be included in communications to the point where I'm afraid I've become subjective and taken it personally. Most of what I've heard tonight has just layer upon layer built on everything I've said in this place since the city of St Kilda. There seems to be an ongoing lack of transparency and accountability and a
forced rush to cross T's and dot I's to say we've engaged in community consultation. In the process of trying to do what I've done as an unpaid community worker, and I've been working in community since I was 17, which wasn't yesterday, and I qualified in community in 98, which also wasn't yesterday. I have, through council staff, been revealed as a whistleblower denying me access to local legal services. I have had COP staff email sensitive information, more recently broadcasted, within my local residential area and community. I have had interdepartmental interference in urgent confidential documents where I've made a formal complaint against discrimination on the grounds of disability and breach of privacy, with elements extracted from that urgent and confidential document by an area that should never have had access, and the area that I discussed it with, most notably I met Mary McGorry in this chamber some time ago and said that I would be in contact with her. I got duck-shoved. She left here an hour and 3/4 ago. She's the author of this report. Yep. Well, good. Then perhaps maybe this will be a catalyst to moving forward. But I think at this stage, considering the urgent, confidential, formal complaint of discrimination on the grounds of disability and related privacy breaches on Monday the 3rd of June, which is yet to be replied to, along with other things I've raised over a period of time, being responded to as, I'll take that question on notice through you, Mayor, with no feedback to me as to what the resulting responses were, if any. I'm over it. So that's 2 minutes, I think.
I just want to say thank you for the officers for this titanic amount of work in a difficult and fraught area. I know from speaking to the police that there is huge respect for the work that you've done. I know that it's difficult because it engages a lot of people who are highly emotional, and I've only observed professionalism in all of my dealings on this issue. I'm really grateful for the monumental amount of work you've done, and I heartily endorse it. Okay, I'll move to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, you want to close?
Yes, but only to say for those watching at home that this report has come back for the second week, so we're moving quickly because we've already had a public speaker from Victoria Police to speak to this. So that's why we're moving quickly this evening, and also to say to Ms Edge, thank you for staying through a lengthy evening, and I'm sure that, not directly related to this report, but I'm sure that those that a response will be sought to the issues you've raised tonight. That's all, thank you.
Okay, move to the vote now. Sorry for my premature levitation, and that's carried unanimously. Item 11.1, Elster Creek Catchment Flood Management Plan. We have two speakers. Isaac Herman first. Are you speaking to Jeffrey? No, that's it.
Now it's it. Okay.
Isaac Herman. Have you got your slides up?
I'll cue. That's okay. Good evening, councillors and council officers. Isaac Herman from the new flood ground in Elwood. Okay, we're discussing all these documents that are before you, which represent a huge advance forward from where we were some 4.5 years ago when we were discussing the special building overlay amendment. Could you put up the first slide, please, Sam? Yep, okay. Though, firstly, there is one great anomaly, and that relates to perhaps the Council and the CSIRO report on Elwood flooding of 2014 and its YouTube video, which has our flooding completely controllable, stating that flooding can be completely eliminated from Elwood. Now, in opposition to that, we now have Melbourne Water saying at great pains to constantly emphasise and remind us of exactly the opposite. I think there's a huge gap here, and it leaves a lot of uncertainty in the community in its wake. Because the councils have not partnered with the Cooperative Research Centre for Water Sensitive Cities, who undertake best world practice, nor with the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, who actually own the Crown land where we wish that so many flood mitigation measures to take place, I fear then that we will not be able to bridge this very real credibility gap. The image you see there is the 1989 flooding in Mitford Street in Elwood.
Wow.
Now, the Memorandum of Understanding, I feel, does not indicate or allocate any measure of accountability whatsoever. It has no teeth. What happens when signatories take steps in direct opposition to the core principles? For example, when Bayside ignores plans for an Oval 2 inclusion in the flood retarding basin at Elsternwick Park North, when the City of Glen Eira refuses to contemplate a Caulfield Park or other flood retarding basins. Though I might just ask here, though we've asked this several times over, we still don't know if Glen Eira will have any flood retarding basins at all, other than the two minor ones at Ormond McKinnon. I think here, and I've posed this question right here quite a long time ago, I think there's a shocking lack of transparency here, and we need answers. And we also find that community consultations that actually lock out the public, as in the last one that happened in June, that we found quite offensive, really. Or when Melbourne Water will not repair its own infrastructure, so we may attach the very necessary one-way valves to the Elwood Canal walls. Also missing is primary regard for water quality. There are no deliverables on this subject. It will appear then that it may be acceptable to have diluted sewage and billions of pathogens in our flooded homes and cause the closure of nearly all bay beaches for a week or weeks at a time. By not addressing water quality, you're ignoring a number of significant CSIRO reports and our well-being. The future flooding of residents along the Byron Street main drain has been entirely and utterly ignored. There will be no benefit to us from Elsternwick Park.
Sorry, which main drain?
The Byron Street main drain.
Right.
And it channels a whole lot of water from Caulfield, basically from the racecourse and Caulfield Park, where there's been a lot more development, and so we've got a lot of extra water going down to infrastructure that just can't cope anymore. So again, there will be no benefit to us from the Elsternwick Park flood mitigation works. I think it's time for Council to be banging on ministers' doors. Please don't wait to be wise in hindsight. Could we have the next slide, please? Now, this slide is also from the 1989 flood, and it's Blanche Street. So it's a different. So it's just, yeah, St Kilda. It's a few hundred metres from here. At that time, and in that flood, I think there was a fire truck that was floating down Carlisle Street. Flooding in the future will look a lot more like that. It'll be a lot more serious. It'll be a whole lot worse because of unbridled upstream development and climate change. The equation is very simple. No upstream flood retarding basins equals disastrous flooding in Elwood, and even worse, only a few hundred metres, as I was saying, down the road from here. Finally, while the Memorandum of Understanding and the Elster Creek Flood Management Plan has the potential to do good in the long term, and we should congratulate the officers that worked on it. Again, I stress it's in the long term. In the terms of public welfare and peace of mind, aside from the Elsternwick Park improvements, we are now at even greater risk of future flooding. Thank you.
Thanks, Isaac. Could you please pass those notes over to Tim or Lily, and we can, thanks, Kirsty. So we can chase them up. But that's useful. Thanks very much. Jeffrey. Last but not least.
Again, I'll be brief. Jeffrey Loves in Kilda, and thank you for this opportunity. I would like to endorse the detailed remarks made by Isaac Herman, and I also wish to acknowledge the significant progress that has been made by the Elster Catchment Forum and the importance of the 4 councils and Melbourne Water working together to address catchment flooding. It is pleasing to see that the co-benefits of integrated water management and the integration of the Elster Park North project are included in the new action plan. To reference the 2 joint petitions presented tonight, I would just reiterate, as I did at the last council meeting I spoke at, I think, the need to address coastal flooding, the urgent and important need to address coastal flooding and sea level rise. I've got a line, Council's efforts are to be applauded as steps in the right direction, but I haven't finished that sentence. Perhaps now is the time to be making great strides, but then you might think I was talking about these magnificent moleskins.
They're adorable.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for both your support and your vigilance. Questions, councillors? Councillor Copsey?
I might just take up one question, and it's all right if it has to be on notice, but a lot of the issues that we're battling and trying to secure agreement on obviously extend beyond our municipal boundary here, and that the whole point of trying to embark on a joint endeavour and have a more... Sorry, I'll get to the question. Mr Herman asked about our ability to compel actions, and I wonder if the CEO or someone who's worked on the agreement might speak to the difficulties we might face in regard to that, but how we're seeking to overcome them.
I might call on Mr Graffin to help me too, if you've got any commentary on that, but certainly through you, Mr Mayor, through the Elster Creek CEO Forum, the example that was given in relation to Oval Number 2, I believe we certainly had some very long conversations with Bayside around not putting away our mitigation opportunities. At the end of the day, it's up to each municipality to balance community needs as they see it. In terms of open space, mitigation, other uses, each municipality, as you know, and local government will make their own decisions in the interests of their community. But I have to say that the forum, which I think I've attended every one, is generally cooperative, generally interested in exploring areas where there's common interest and we can collaborate to benefit the whole catchment. Do you want anything else, Mr Graffin? Oh, okay. You waited long enough. I was trying to give you a moment in the sun. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford and then Councillor Baxter.
Can I ask, have we sought to meet with the Minister for Water? It's still Lisa Neville, isn't it? Have we as a council written and sought a meeting with her officially?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe that we've sought to have a meeting with the Minister for Water on this particular matter specifically.
Yeah.
I think through you, Mr Mayor, I would certainly say that I think Melbourne Water have put an awful lot of resources into the partnership. They see this as a new way of working with local governments. I think they're, in conversations with me, would like to repeat it in other catchment areas. They've certainly put a lot of effort and putting a lot of effort into research into our major mitigation option in terms of Elster Park North. So I think I would have to describe them as excellent partners who are, like any other government agency, constrained by their resources. They're
it's quite clear that, you know, that you potentially could mitigate flooding, but the cost of that would be astronomical, and the sort of figures have been put to me as well. You know, we'd absorb our budgets for the next 10 to 15 years fixing one catchment area, and then we may not get the full mitigation. So it does come down to resources. So I'm not sure, to answer your question, that meeting with the Minister would build better collaboration than we're getting at the moment.
Councillor Baxter?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take up Mr. Herman's points or questions around water quality and contamination, and just to ask what sort of how would we respond to that, and what are we doing to try and make sure that we don't end up with untreated sewage in people's kitchens?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this flood management plan is primarily to address the impacts of flooding. That doesn't mean that other integrated water management outcomes, such as water quality improvements, aren't being sought through these projects. For example, the Elster Park Nature Reserve project has potential to have water quality benefits as well. We also have some actions in there around increasing permeability on both council and public land, which decreases runoff and improves water quality in the bay as well.
Okay, any further questions? I'm looking for a mover of a motion. Moved Councillor Pearl, seconded Councillor Crawford. Doesn't wish to speak. Councillor Crawford. We'll move to the vote, unless there's any other speakers. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thanks very much. If I had spoken, I would have said about a lot of stuff, but it's too late. So, councillors, there's no more speakers from the community, so I'll move to quickly through these. 11.2, Council Delegation to the CEO, Environmental Upgrade Agreements. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Copsey?
Apologies if this is in the detail of the report and I've glossed over it, but I just was wondering, I'm really interested in seeing how EUAs are taken up and delivering outcomes on the, practical outcomes in the municipality. So I'm just wondering if the CEO could, or officers can provide info on how council will be monitoring this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in reference to your question about how we'll monitor the take-up, as the administration of the collection of the repayments of finance will happen through our own rate system, we'll be very aware of new projects that are being processed, and as part of the project we expect reporting on emissions and other sustainability outcomes from each project. So the oversight and evaluation should be relatively simple within our existing processes and easily reportable, probably through the CEO report.
Thanks, Ms. Payton. Any further issues? Do we have a mover? Sure.
I'm just wondering if you can give an example of what a project might be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the legislation requires that all projects have an environmental outcome. The projects that have got off the ground previously in other municipal areas do tend to focus on accessing renewable energy through solar panels, so rooftop solar. There's also been some large-scale worm farm and waste processing projects that have also been funded through this mechanism. We anticipate, and it is an anticipation, that within our boundaries it's most likely going to be rooftop solar, energy efficiency, lighting upgrades, those kinds of projects.
Councillor Crawford?
Can that be for batteries then? Would batteries come under that if they already have solar?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. Batteries would be included.
Councillor Voss? Don't lose it, don't lose it.
This might be a bit out there. What about compost? Compost.
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely. Anything that reduces waste to landfill would be considered to have a sustainability outcome and therefore would be eligible for this type of financing.
In the absence of any questions, could we have a motion? Councillor Copsey, Councillor Gross. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Copsey? I won't speak. Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll move to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. 13.1, Art and Heritage Reference Committees. Now this is exciting. Okay. In the absence of questions, it's been moved by Councillor Pearl, seconded by Councillor Voss. Speakers against? Can we move to the vote? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, I suspect. 14.1, Annual Review of Audit and Risk Committee Charter. Oh, Ms Strano. No. What was the typeface on the report? How about that? How come you know that? Oh, I feel guilty. So, we've got the 14.1 annual review. Councillor Voss, question?
This is the Audit and Risk Committee Charter we're talking about. Yeah. I'm just wanted to flag and wondering how we're going to deal with it. Some committee members are going to be retiring soon, and I know the whole aim was to have them sort of, not retire at the same time, but it looks like there'll be a couple of long-term ones coming soon. So I know it deals with this in the charter, but are you able to sort of speak to how we can sort of stop that, losing so much talent or so much expertise, if you like, very quickly?
I'll have a go. So through you, Mr Mayor, we obviously work closely with the independent members of our committee and also the councillor representatives to make sure that they're well trained and also that they understand council's business and that there is a good succession plan in place. As we always do, we will continue to work with the audit committee to ensure that there is a staged approach to that. And we'll certainly advise council further in due course.
Happy to move, Councillor Pearl. Happy to second, Councillor Crawford. Speakers against? All those in favour? Unanimous. Proposed report of operations for the annual report. I think we've got an alternative. Questions? Okay. Could you please move your...
Yeah, no worries. To add 3.5, that council requests officers to undertake a review of the councillor support and expense reimbursement policy and provide a report back to council at the earliest possible opportunity about changes that could be made to ensure councillors have the support required to fulfil their duties and that this is managed in an efficient, effective and transparent way. As part of this review, provide advice on opportunities to improve the payment of expenses to councillors incurred while performing their duties, enhance the reporting of councillors' expenses, and improve governance arrangements for councillors accessing training and conferences.
Do I have a second for that? Second, Councillor Bond. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. It's been a long night and I won't take up too much of your time, but I just want to thank you all for the good conversation we had behind closed doors today, which has ended up in this amended motion which I'm putting forward to you this evening, pretty much based on the feedback that most of you gave me today. As you know, it was originally my intention to move an urgent item of business to change or direct a change to the policy to implement some caps in terms of councillor expenses. I'm not picking on a single councillor that's contained in the report that we're talking or about to approve potentially this evening, but I think it's time that we did a review of our expense reimbursement policy to ensure that councillors and councillors following best practice. We already have some caps in place under our policy that haven't been followed in some respects. They're not necessarily clear in the policy how they operate, but it's come to my attention this afternoon that council has the support and expenses reimbursement policies that outlines the provision by council of a range of facility resources and support to the mayor and councillors to assist them in performing their duties, or our duties. This includes the payment by council of reasonable expenses to enable councillors to perform their duties and the reimbursement by council of reasonable bona fide councillor and committee members out-of-pocket expenses incurred while performing their duties. This policy states that in relation to conferences, professional development and training, that reasonable expenses will be reimbursed or paid on a councillor's behalf up to $10,000 per annum for the mayor and $6,000 per annum for a councillor, or $24,000 spread across the 4-year term. Any reasonable expense above this, including childcare, etc., will be based on budget funding and with approval from the CEO. We don't know if that's prior approval or post-approval, etc. And the $6,000 cap is, well, it's not an enforced cap, but it's already been breached. So, but by a number of us in this term of council, and then the $10,000 has also, albeit CEO approval may or may not have been sought before or after that. This highlights that we need to review the policy, and this simple amendment to the motion tonight does that. It doesn't direct officers to place any changes in the policy. It just ensures that in a timely fashion you guys get a terrific update on what's best practice and some amendments we can make to ensure that we're running this part of our council transparently and fully accountable to the ratepayers and the fine residents of the City of Port Phillip. So I've done my best in the 24 hours of which I've put this out to you to come up with something which I hope all of you can support, and I know, well, I'm very confident that this will produce a great outcome for residents, so I hope you all can support it this evening.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Boyle?
Thank you, Councillor Pearl, for putting this amended motion forward. I think the key word there is reasonable, as in reasonable expenses. It's important that we review our policies periodically to ensure that we are meeting what the expectations of the community and what the community would view as being reasonable for us, and that we are always open and accountable and, you know, quite frankly, full disclosure to our community on exactly what it is we spend and on what, with all elements of what we do here at Council, including our own personal expenses. This allows us to review how we currently operate. I was of the view there were caps on various things that we could spend. Clearly, they're not hard caps because some of our spending for some of us has been over that. So I think we should review it and come up with a firm policy with some firm decisions about what is, once again, coming back to that word, reasonable for us as councillors to spend, and as judged by our community, given it is their money that we are spending here, and ensure that what we're doing meets their expectations and what they would see as being reasonable disclosure for us to, as councillors, in order to perform our roles.
Thanks very much. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Crawford.
I'll be speaking against the alternative motion. I just feel like it's doubling up on what we already do. We already declare all of these things and it's printed on a quarterly basis. governance arrangements, accessing training and conferences, we already have a cap of that period, and there is a mechanism to get approval if you go over $6,000 a year. You check, it's taken off the year behind. I don't see how it improves our community because it's already reported, it's clear. I feel that all we're doing with this review is looking to weaponise and make it harder for people to ask for, if there was to be caps and all of those kind of things. So I just don't see that the review is actually achieving anything different from what we are actually doing now, so I won't be in support of it.
Councillor Baxter.
Yep, I also won't be supporting this motion. We have these policies in place to assist councillors in doing their duties as councillors. All of the expenses that are submitted are checked by our officers, who check to see is this a legitimate expense in completing their duties as a councillor, and that is checked, and therefore it's seen as legitimate and put through. So for us to say we want to change that means that we want to reduce the amount of what we already consider to be legitimate expenses. We want to, if Councillor Pearl wants to, put caps or something like that on there, then we run the risk of actually having councillors who will not be able to be reimbursed for actually what our officers deem already to be reasonable expenses incurred in their role. So I have no problem with enhancing reporting and things like that. That's not really an issue to me, but this certainly seems to me that it is set up to restrict councillors from being able to reasonably have their expenses reimbursed to unreasonably, which is just going to not only restrict our councillors from being able to do their jobs properly, but will restrict the pool of people who can do this job to, what has been in the past, which is retirees or independently wealthy people, almost always men. And that, I think, would be a terrible backwards step. I also agree with Councillor Crawford that I see that this is being used as a political bludgeon, or that it's being set up to be used as that for future hit jobs, and I'm not going to play that game.
Councillor Simic.
Thank you, Mayor. The councillor allowance assists enabling wide participation from members of our community who may otherwise be disadvantaged, such as young people and women with young children. I won't be supporting this amendment tonight, but will continue to work with my colleagues to remove barriers to women and families running to represent their communities, because I believe in the inherent value of representative council.
Councillor Voss.
I think we've lost sight, actually, of what we're doing tonight, and this is the report to endorse the report of operations for the annual report. We've sort of seemed to be focusing on the amendment, so I'm going to focus on the amendment, and also I will foreshadow if this amendment is lost, then I'll move the officers. But I wanted to say for 1920 we've prepared a balanced budget's been prepared, and we're going to deliver on a wide range of services and an ongoing investment in our strategic priorities within the rates cap. And we have a fully funded project portfolio of $44.7 million, and this will be used to renew, improve and grow our community infrastructure and make improvements to service delivery and asset management and develop plans for our future. So our key priority is obviously to really deliver on our Year 3 initiatives while ensuring financial stability, sustainability in an environment of population growth, climate change, which you've heard a lot about tonight, and increasing compliance costs, cost shifting and rates capping. So there's 5 dimensions that have sort of been outlined in this report, which I thought was a really great way of looking at it, and I won't go through it all tonight, but I was really pleased to see that everything will be verified after this by an external audit, and that very pleased to see that Council is in a very strong financial position. So a positive net operating result of 7.5 million, which is 3% of total revenue. So an investment portfolio of 85 million and with very low levels of debt being 7.1% of the rate's revenue. Healthy working capital ratio of 268%. And of course, thanks to the officers, the continued focus on permanent ongoing efficiency savings of over $2.4 million, which now takes the total of efficiency savings to 11 million over the past 5 years. So thank you to the officers for putting this very detailed report together. I commend the report.
Do you wish to close? Sorry, yeah, okay, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Voss, for foreshadowing that you'll move the officer's recommendation. That would be my preference. I also thank you for speaking to the substance of the report, which is an important one, and to be noted, I won't be supporting this alternate motion. I concur with what Councillor Crawford has said about us already having a functional policy to ensure that expense claims are reasonable, and I also concur with the need for a policy like that in order to ensure that we have an accessible and inclusive local government sector that makes it possible for people who aren't independently wealthy, people who may have childcare, family responsibilities. There shouldn't be barriers to people participating in council, and we have a system in place to ensure that expense claims are reasonable. That facilitates participation in local government, and I don't believe the amendment is warranted.
It's sad, Councillor Copsey, that you're not willing to review basic council policies to ensure that you're performing at best practice. To Councillor Crawford's points, we already have caps in place, as you're now aware. I don't think you were aware of that before, but there's already caps in place, and it's quite confusing in the existing policy about how those caps actually operate and whether or not they're actually best practice. Councillor Simic and Councillor Crawford and Copsey, that if you want to ensure that we're best practice in terms of ensuring people have the resources required to enter local government, this is the opportunity to put those ideas forward, because what we currently have may not be best practice. In terms of reporting, I think under any modern measure, our reporting of expenses is not best practice. They should be monthly reported. Expenses such as the ones that Councillor Simic put in for reimbursement outside a different financial year and several months after they were incurred shouldn't be reimbursed. There should be a 30, 60-day window whereby if the expense is reasonably incurred under the policy, the receipt's put in and it's paid. If it's outside that 30, 60, even 90-day window, sorry, but not within a reasonable time frame. We can improve this reporting to increase transparency hugely for our community. Imagine a situation where expenses were reported once a month and there was an itemised report so that your constituents can look at your spending and where that money went in terms of childcare for attending council events, the AICD course, which I think a number of you have completed, which I highly recommend. I think that's a worthwhile use of council resources. But the public can specifically know exactly what you've done. At the moment, there's no transparency about where that money was actually done, and a number of you have taken interstate trips on the ratepayers' purse, and the ratepayers really have no transparency about where that money was spent. So increasing transparency, which is the mantra of a number of your political backgrounds, doesn't seem to work when it's actually put to the test in many occasions in this council chamber. You have nothing to be scared of by reviewing an existing council policy to ensuring that we're working at best practice. Councillor Baxter, we already have caps in place, which you seem unaware of in your talk. It didn't appear to be the case when you were discussing it today or during your speech this evening. If you wish to correct the public record, then you can do that at some other time. In terms of politicising, I've been pretty consistent on this. This is the second time I've brought a motion. There will be a third time, and I hope not there will be a fourth time. But we desperately need to reform this area to ensure that this council is operating at global best practice and living transparency, not just talking about it or philosophising about it. We can drastically improve our reporting, and you should have nothing to fear by taking our policies and procedures out to the public to ensure that no councillor is taking the piss.
Thanks very much. I'll move to the vote. All those in... Yep, sure. All those in favour? Gross, Pearl, Bond. All those against? Copsey, Simic, Baxter, Crawford and Voss. So is there another... Councillor Voss, would you like to...
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Pearl. Do you wish to speak? Do you wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak? All those in favour? That's unanimous. 14.3. Principal approval 2018-2019 financial statements and performance statement. There's no questions from the community. Councillors, do you have any questions? In the absence of a question, sorry to keep you... in the absence of a question, could we have a motion? Councillor Voss? Councillor Gross? Are there any speakers? Councillor Voss?
Thank you very much. I'd just like to endorse this, just get to the annual financial statements and the performance statement. That's when we're doing it. And thank the officers for all their work. It's very detailed. This bit of formatting, I think, that probably will be better sort of sorted in the final version. But there's a lot of detail, and I also was very pleased to see that the notes were quite clean, or very clean. So well done on that. And yeah, I endorse this. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Copsey?
Just to thank the officers. This is a great example of transparency and part of our business as usual in Council. I want to thank the officers who've stayed back. I know that there's a huge amount of work in preparing these reports. They help keep Council informed about our position, and they also help communicate that to the community. They're vitally important, and just thank you very much. I will point out a tiny typo on the motion on the screen, 14.3. We just need "in principle" in the heading. And apart from that, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, item 17. That's all our items of business. See ya.
I'm going to send the GMs home except for Chris.
Okay. 15, notices of motion. We have no notices of motion tonight. Reports by councillor delegates. Do we have any reports from councillor delegates? Item 17, urgent business. Councillors, do you have any items of urgent business? See nothing. 18, confidential matters. Councillors, we've got a bit of a complicated issue. We have one confidential item